Chapter 1166. Song Kelly didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't dare to comment. During this trip to the south, he had heard many ridiculous comments from frogs at the bottom of the well. Song Kelly often heard them in one ear and out the other, but Mr. Yuan enjoyed them every time. He drank and ate more and more happily. For example, there were some rough people in the marketplace who said that Cao Changqing from West Chu was too stupid. Why didn't he hide in the capital and assassinate the emperor? He had already assassinated the emperor 3 times, so what if he did it a few more times? It was better than doing nothing on the Guangling Road. There were also people who had more practical opinions. They said that if he was Cao Changqing, he would lead the Jianghu masters to the north and kill a few thousand people each time, once every few days, all the way to the foot of Tian City without losing a single soldier from West Chu. It wasn't that there weren't any unique opinions. They raised objections. If that was the case, why didn't the imperial court spend a lot of money to hire martial arts experts to go to Beimang? Why did we still need General Jiyu Jiantang's border army? Why did we need the Beiliang cavalry? It was clear that there were rules in the world that the common people didn't understand. However, when these people were asked the root of the matter, they couldn't give an answer. In the marketplace, as West Chu rose up and raised the flag with the word Jiang, the situation of King Liang's army winning the battle did not appear. The battle was at a stalemate and was very lively. There were many people who were angry and expressed their opinions. Yuan Bengzi laughed softly and asked, "Do you think that the common people who are far away from the center of power are crude and short-sighted?" Song Kelly didn't hide his thoughts and nodded, "I do think so." Yuan Bengzi shook his head and said, "It's not that I haven't thought about reorganizing the forces in Jianghu. However, when the late emperor ordered Xu Xiao to enter Jianghu, it made a bad start. Later, although the imperial court left many positions among the imperial golden saber guards for the common people in Jianghu, and the Ministry of Justice and the Zhaogo Bureau gave out a lot of protective talismans and a considerable number of copper-embroidered carp bags, they paled in comparison to the Empress of Beimang. Although it was wishful thinking for the prideful top-notch martial artists to work together to assassinate someone at the cost of their lives, it was not difficult to reduce the number of casualties in a battle. But there were 2 things that caused me to completely give up on the idea. One was the orthodoxy of the literary vein in the emperor's heart, the obstruction of the eunuch Han Shengxian, and teacher Liu's attitude that he was the only one in Great Peace City. The second thing is that Xu Xiao collected all the secret manuals in the world and put them in storage. He also set the rule of Jianghu. From then on, the court and Jianghu did not interfere with each other's business. He was unable to create the scene of Beimang merging with the Great River. Yuan Bengzi sighed and shook the flagon. He looked at the young Song Kelly and said in a deep voice, "Smart people don't need to use complicated means to achieve great things. They are often very simple. But there is one thing that cannot be wrong. That is, what you see in the distance and the path you take must be right." What was truly difficult was that it was easy to know but difficult to do. Your ancestors and father's generation had joined hands to dominate the literary world and suppress others. They might not have known that their actions were hindering the atmosphere of the scholarly circle. Why? Because they could not let go of their family's honor. The current emperor did not adopt Li Xiaoxin's new calendar. It might not be that he did not care about the people. Why? Because he could not let go of his family's prosperity. Cao Zhangqing's outstanding character, even I, Yuan Bengzi, admire him. This high-ranking official has entered the imperial palace several times. As long as his killing intent is not heavy, that old friend and I not only did not stop him, but also turned a blind eye twice. Why? Cao Changqing could not let go of one person. That old friend and I could not bear to let go of our scholarly prowess. It was scattered by the wind and rain early on. Yuan Bengzi said emotionally, "When a person is stubborn, they become foolish and true. The good and the bad cannot be described in a few words." Song Kelly was about to continue asking for advice when Yuan Bengzi had no intention of speaking. He muttered to himself, "The Jianghu has mostly been decided by people. The court will also have an end in this dynasty. In the future, I, Yuan Bengzi, and strategists like Li Yishan and Nailan Yusi will become extinct. As for the imperial tutor, That is even more of an extravagant hope. The following journey to the south was uneventful. General Yang Zhenchuan and his 30,000 Yang family cavalry were history. The imperial court was still deploying troops and generals. There would be no war in a short period of time. Moreover, the horse thieves had disappeared overnight. The carriage traveled without any danger. It even arrived at the battlefield where the granaries were scattered. Yuan Bengzi walked out of the carriage. He did not immediately go to the battlefield where the 50,000 cavalry had been deployed. Instead, he went to the place where the West Chu heavy cavalry had stopped. Li Yang only had Beiliang, Jeju, and the two Liao provinces. West Chu's war horses were naturally inferior to those of these three places. Moreover, when the heavy cavalry rushed to the battlefield, it was impossible for them to gallop with the momentum of a rainbow. Instead, they needed a large number of mules and horses and many auxiliary soldiers. Before the heavy cavalry entered the battlefield, the riders did not wear armor or mount their horses. They only chose to hide in a place not far from the battlefield and quietly wait for an opportunity. Once the heavy armored cavalry completed their charge, the huge impact they would create would be unparalleled. It could be said that the heavy cavalry was like a woman that every cavalry commander wanted to keep in a golden house. They were the most terrifying love rivals that the enemy commander did not want to meet. Yuan Bengzi followed the marching route of the heavy cavalry and slowly walked until he reached the final battlefield. Yuan Bengzi squatted down and closed his eyes. It was as if he could see the tragic scenes of the battle between the cavalry and the soldiers. At the end of the light cavalry battle, the West Chu heavy cavalry charged out. Yang Zhenchuan, who had changed his warhorse several times, was covered in blood. He was not afraid of death. He led the few remaining personal guards who had been protecting him and took the lead to meet the heavy cavalry. Those who had horses continued to fight on horseback and made one last charge. The Yang family cavalry, who no longer had any war horses to ride, stepped into formation and met the unstoppable flood of armored soldiers. After the situation was settled, the exhausted West Chu cavalry continued to chase with gritted teeth. Yang Zhenchuan was the first to die in battle. He did not even leave a complete corpse. His generals died soon after. Many of the Yang family cavalry who could no longer fight stared blankly at the spears on the backs of the enemy's horses or at the blades of the West Chu foot soldiers. Many blood-soaked flags fell on the battlefield. Some of the cavalry tried their best to grab a corner of the flag before they died. After the battle, the young commander of West Chu, who did not personally enter the battlefield, methodically ordered his auxiliary generals to deal with the funeral arrangements. The young man did not have the joy of becoming famous in one battle. He sat alone on the ground and looked around. He quietly lowered his head and raised his arm to wipe his tears. It was not only for the men of West Chu, but also for the Yang family cavalry of the enemy camp. Chapter 1167. Wudang's 81 mountain peaks were a spectacular sight, but not every peak had a Daoist temple, and not every mountain had a Daoist cultivator. Among them, the small pillar peak in the north had relied on the east wind of the northern Liang king's large-scale construction to build a new Daoist temple. The master of the temple was the old Daoist Song Jiming's youngest disciple, Han Gui. This young Daoist cultivates his heart, not his strength. Even the old sect leader Wang Zhonglo once said, "This child is upright and sincere, the further he goes in the future, the further he will go." However, even though Wudang's mountain style was simple and honest, Han Gui was neither proficient in alchemy nor talismans. Even his divination skills were sparse, so Song Jiming never allowed this disciple in closed-door training to open the peak. Of course, with the incense offerings of Wudang Mountain in the past, even if they wanted to, they were powerless. After Wang Zhonglo passed away, the sect leader was changed from Hong Shixiang to Li Yufu, but Han Gui still cultivated in a tepid manner. Green Mountain Taoist Temple was newly completed. After the initial celebration from the various Taoist temples, Han Gui was not a person who was good at extravagance. The remote little pillar peak soon quieted down, and the number of pilgrims at Green Mountain Taoist Temple could be counted on one's fingers. However, there was a child who often came to Green Mountain Temple to play and became familiar with the boy who swept the path. Later, the child brought a young man to offer incense, who was said to be his master. The temple master, Han Gui, climbed the mountain at a young age and concentrated on studying the classics. He had always lived in seclusion and did not pay attention to worldly affairs. He also did not recognize the pilgrim who could not be considered extravagant. The third time the pilgrim entered the mountain to offer incense, Han Gui still did not recognize him. Instead, it was the disciple sweeping the floor who remembered the person's face and secretly reminded him in a low voice. Han Gui then hurriedly stepped over the threshold and called out to the handsome young master, saying that the Taoist temple was simple and crude, and that there was only crude tea to welcome guests. The handsome and resolute pilgrim did not refuse and agreed with a smile. Han Gui made good tea. The tea was wild tea from the mountain, but Han Gui's tea was not like those of the famous Jiangnan scholars who did not pay attention to the water used to make the tea. The two drank. The pilgrim who called himself Liangzhou's Shu Qi did not say much, only praising the tea's profound taste. Han Gui did not know how to exchange pleasantries and could only laugh it off. While they were drinking tea, the child who came to Xiaozhu Peak to play from time to time and Han Gui's disciple, Qing Xin, sat on the stone steps outside the main hall and chatted. Although Qing Xin was young and had endless homework and work to do every day, his seniority in the Wudong Peaks was not low. The old chief Wang Zhongluo and the others had the highest seniority on the mountain, but with the passing of the oldest Song Jiming, only Chen Yarou and Yu Xingrui were left. Next was the new chief Li Yufu's generation. Because the previous generation took in very few disciples, Han Gui, as one of Song Jiming's 6 disciples, had the same seniority as Li Yufu. Next was the Qing generation. There were about 40 people on Wudong Mountain. Although there were signs that the number was gradually increasing, if the little Taoist child Qing Xin went to places like Lotus Peak and Jade Pearl Peak where incense burned, many middle-aged Taoist priests might even call him martial uncle. The little Taoist child Qing Xin wore a Dongxian scarf commonly seen in martial arts. There was an inch of cotton folded on top of the scarf, and auspicious clouds were drawn on the surface of the scarf. It hung down like a bamboo slip, inspired by the immortal Lu Zhu. At this moment, the little Taoist child was talking to his new peers about the art of nourishing one's health, which he did not fully understand. Today is the autumn equinox. My sect's ancient book, True Theory of Heavenly Essence Nourishment, has recorded that the thunder has stopped and the yin qi has gradually increased. My generation should lie down early and rise early. Moreover, my master said that the hot and dry autumn is also divided into warm and dry, cool and dry. We should climb high and look into the distance, diligently breathing in and out, knocking our teeth and swallowing. The art of nourishing one's health, in general, is the word restraint. Listening to the little Taoist child's genteel words, the other child babbled indifferently. However, he asked curiously, since there will be less thunder in the future, will there be more demons and ghosts? Then won't you Taoists be busy going down the mountain to get rid of demons and ghosts? Qing Xin rolled his eyes. A chicken talking to a duck, he was a bit angry. The child who knew he had made a mistake scratched his head, not knowing what to do. In the end, Qing Xin didn't bicker with this guy. Suddenly, he had a gluttonous look on his face. He even wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and said in a low voice, "Di Long, let me tell you. There's a large persimmon forest on Little Lotus Peak. It's going to be completely red soon and very delicious. I've already discussed it with a few senior martial brothers and martial nephews on the other peaks. When are we going to pick persimmons? Do you want to go? If you want to go, I'll count you in." Di Long said in surprise, "Little Lotus Peak? Isn't that the place where your previous sect master, Immortal Hong, cultivated alone? You also dare to go steal persimmons?" Qing Xin shrunk his neck and carefully glanced at his master. Then, he lowered his voice and said, "Before young Marshal Granduncle ascended, it wasn't a problem for us to pick persimmons. Young Marshal Granduncle would even personally help us pick persimmons. Alas, it's a pity that after young Marshal Granduncle ascended, Marshal Granduncle Chen, who was in charge of discipline, didn't let people go there. Some time ago, for some reason, he even issued a ban on the mountain. However, the persimmons there are really very sweet and very delicious." At this point, the little Daoist's eyes suddenly turned red. He hurriedly raised his sleeve to wipe his eyes. Udi Long laughed mischievously and said, "You want to eat persimmons and you want to cry? Can't you be a bit more mature? It's fine, I'll hurry and pick them for you tomorrow. I guarantee you'll have enough." The little Daoist glared at him. "I just miss our young Marshall granduncle." On this side, there were persimmons and young Marshall granduncle. On the other side, Han Gui naturally knew what was going on. He sighed and was somewhat absent-minded. He still remembered when he chanced upon young Marshall uncle who rode and herded cows. Every time he saw juniors like them, if it was this season, he would always find a way to take out a few bright red persimmons from his sleeve. Before handing them over, he wouldn't forget to gently wipe them with his sleeve. Shu Qi, or rather Hsu Fengnian, said softly, "Daoist Han, I know a little about geomancy. I also know that Little Pillar Peak's mountain terrain and water veins are dense. It's also one of the few blessed paradises in Wudong Mountain. Forgive me for asking, but why is there so little incense even though Green Mountain Monastery has been built?" Although Han Gui was not well versed in the ways of the world, his Dao heart was clear. He immediately understood the meaning behind this person's words. He smiled and said, "Logically speaking, Little Pillar Peak's geomancy is indeed very good. It should have been handed over to an extremely talented eldest disciple of the Qing generation to establish a sect. However, young Marshall uncle probably joked with me back then, saying that Little Pillar Peak's osmanthus flowers were especially fragrant and topped all the other peaks. Since I have the word osmanthus in my name, I should have it in my life. To be honest, without mentioning anything else, just the statues and tables in Green Mountain Monastery are all cast in copper and distilled in gold. It's not cheap. I'm not afraid of being laughed at by young Master Shu, but I'm really afraid that the thief will remember it. When the time comes, I won't be able to stop him even if I try my best. Actually, as far as I'm concerned, studying anywhere is still studying and cultivating. After all, in one's life, one can only eat a few bowls of rice, wear a set of clothes, and sleep on a bed." Hsu Fengnian joked, "Daoist Han, as a cultivator, why would you care about those yellow and white things? Shouldn't it be that as long as it's a worldly possession, you shouldn't care about anything?" Han Gui laughed heartily and waved his hand. "Wrong, wrong. Immortals are still half human. As for Zhenren, the emphasis is on the word Zhenren." Hsu Fengnian seemed to be unhappy. He frowned and said in a low voice, "Forgive my ignorance, I don't understand the meaning of this. I hope Daoist Han can enlighten me." Chapter 1168. Han Gui didn't care about young Master Shu's gloomy expression. She smiled and said slowly, "Sleep, eat 3 meals with your eyes open, work hard and take care of your family. These are all a person's duties. They can't be ignored just because one's status is high. Although Taoists are people who leave the secular world, the road to immortality has a bleak future. When we cultivate, it's said to be the great way of immortality. Actually, in my eyes, we are cultivating a principle. For example, if a person is at home and looks after the things in the house, they won't be lost or damaged. If you're lodging, you should protect the things in the courtyard from being stolen or robbed. I am a passerby of this Green Mountain Monastery and a lodging person in the secular world. If I can turn stone into gold, I won't feel heartache if I can compensate for the loss of the gilded statue. But I only know how to cultivate, I don't know how to make money. Since I can't compensate, I have to feel heartache." Hsu Fengnian smiled and said, "Daoist priest's principle is very vulgar, but it's not bad." Han Gui smiled and said casually, "I have a vulgar idea. I want to become an immortal." Hsu Fengnian rubbed the edge of the porcelain cup with 2 fingers and said softly, "I've met a few people who can live forever but don't want to." Han Gui didn't think that this young master was exaggerating. She sighed sincerely and said, "It's a pity that I haven't left the mountain since I came up. I can't learn from my 2 martial uncles. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely go down the mountain to take a look." Hsu Fengnian smiled and drank a big mouthful of tea, sweeping away the depression in his heart. He then asked Han Gui for a lot of knowledge about cultivation and health. The latter answered fluently and said everything she knew. She didn't hide anything. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was gradually getting dark. The two children on the steps had already changed from sitting to squatting, then to standing, and then from standing to lying down. It couldn't be helped that their respective masters were so engrossed in their conversation that they didn't show any signs of stopping for a while. They were truly bored to death. Yu Delong and Qing Xin both began to doze off. Yu Delong felt that waiting was not a solution, so he could only use a few dishes that he had tasted at the Qingliang Mountain Wang Fu to help the little daoist relieve his tiredness. Some green radish and orange duck soup, some peach blossom braised mandarin fish. Qing Xin didn't know what they tasted like, but just hearing them made her salivate. Hsu Fengnian glanced at the twilight in the courtyard and stood up apologetically. Sorry for disturbing you today and delaying your cultivation. Han Gui stood up and shook his head with a smile. It's all right. Young Master Shu, you can come to Green Mountain Monastery more often when you're free, especially when the winter bamboo shoots are out. Hsu Fengnian's reply was a bit of a killjoy. I most likely won't have a chance to come here in the short term. Han Gui was stunned and didn't know how to respond. Hsu Fengnian smiled. My family's collection of books is quite abundant. Later I'll have someone send some books to Green Mountain Monastery. Just treat it as borrowing them for daoist. Han Gui made a sound of agreement. Yu Delong saw that his master was finally going to return home. He jumped up and said with a smile, let's go. Qing Xin, I'll come and play with you later. The little daoist hurriedly stood up and jogged down the steps. Together with his master, he saw young Master Shu out of the monastery. Watching the two figures, one big and one small, gradually disappear into the distance, the little daoist's face was full of reluctance. Master, what were you talking about with that young master? Young Master Shu consulted Master about a scattered ancient text. It was broad and profound. Rather than saying that Master was dispelling his doubts, it would be better to say that young Master Shu was teaching. It was like a Daoyin technique. Alas, if one really wanted to study it thoroughly, it would take at least 10 years, and at most a lifetime. It looks like there's no need to rush down the mountain. It's so hard to learn. Master, then don't learn it. There are so many books in the world, how can one understand all of them? This one is not the same. Master, then please don't teach me this one. If you have to read it for 10 years, then I won't be able to leave Mount Wudong for 100 years. I won't do it. After all, you just don't want to cook, right? Ha, ha ha. Forget it. Today Master will do it personally, so that you don't know how to sprinkle salt. Oh right, remember that a cultivator can't be idle all day long and be an empty shell. Go, while Master is cooking, copy the 9 notes of obedience to life twice. Hsu Fengnian and Yu Delong walked down the small pillar peak along the newly opened stone path. Yu Delong couldn't help but ask, Master, do you really think there are ghosts and gods in this world? Hsu Fengnian casually said, if you believe it, then there are. If you don't, then there are none. The child made a no sound. Looking at the dark mountain forest, he was somewhat uneasy. After being interrupted, Hsu Fengnian, who was originally thinking about something, glanced at the child who was following closely behind him. This eldest disciple's talent in martial arts was really amazing. Although Yu Delong, whether it was out of his own heart or because of the poor environment he grew up in, had an almost flawless ability to hide his inadequacies from everyone, Yu Delong's talent in martial arts was really amazing. Shu Fengnian had once inadvertently confirmed one thing. As long as this child walked through any complex structure once, he would be able to outline a 3-dimensional picture for you. This kind of talent was even rarer and more precious than a simple retentive memory. The so-called martial arts genius was just like this. Shu Fengnian had been watching from the sidelines for a long time. He realized that this disciple of his was a little warm-hearted and cold. Although he was very familiar with the little daoist Qing Xin, in Yu Delong's heart, he had already drawn a clear line. He could not cross the line, he could not go against the dragon's scale. He could laugh and play around, but if he crossed the line, Shu Fengnian could not guarantee that Yu Delong would do something extreme. However, this was Hsu Fengnian's first time being someone's master. Although he didn't agree with the way Yu Delong interacted with Wang Xing, Lu Yunzhong, and the daoist child, Qing Xin, he didn't feel the need to force the child's temperament back. HSU Fengnian thought for a moment and suddenly asked, "Do you think that Lu Yunzhong looks very smart, but is actually very stupid?" Yu Delong opened his mouth wide as though he wanted to deny it, but looking at his master's clear eyes in the night, the child didn't say a word and lowered his head. HSU Fengnian smiled and continued walking. He said softly, "A master also has a master. Let me tell you a story that my master told. It's about his learning experience." Yu Delong looked up at his master's back and bit his lips. HSU Fengnian slowly said, "There's an allusion to the empty city strategy. It says that when two countries fought, one side's superior commander was scared off by the other side's empty city. After layers of embellishment, the former was reduced to a joke, while the latter was revered as an immortal. When my master read this when he was young, he also yearned for the latter's strategy. When my master read this allusion again when he was young, he was puzzled. It was only an empty city. If he was the latter, he could have sent a small number of troops to act as suicide soldiers to investigate the situation inside the city. Since he could think of this, why couldn't the future Great Feng Emperor, who would usurp the throne in the future, understand? Therefore, my master had huge doubts about this allusion. He began to flip through many official and unofficial histories. He finally discovered the truth. The situation the latter was in at that time was that once he defeated the former and destroyed the enemy country, he would have achieved irreversible merit. His merit would be so great that it would shock the emperor to the extreme. He could only retire at home and retire for the rest of his life. After my master finished telling me this story, he told me that there are 3 realms in studying. It's the same for judging people. Yu Delong blurted out, "Master, I think that if the story is true, then the former is also very smart. The empty fort stratagem, in itself, is not clever. What is clever is that he used this stratagem to scare off the enemy. Both of them had a way out, and by the way, he won the respect of the future generations." HSU Fengnian nodded and said, "That's what I told master back then." Yu Delong scratched his head. HSU Fengnian smiled and squinted his eyes. He said, "But master immediately slapped me on the head with a duster and scolded me. Being smart is superfluous and not beneficial. I used to feel wronged. Is it wrong to think that I'm smart?" HSU Fengnian, with a gentle expression, continued, "Smart people should use their intelligence in the right place. Life between heaven and earth should be beneficial to the world. Even if you don't have the heart or the ability, you shouldn't bully others." Yu Delong said softly, "Master, don't worry. Even if I learn profound martial arts, as long as people don't bully me, I will never bully others." HSU Fengnian exhaled and said, "You need to have many friends, but not brothers. If you meet someone who can be your brother in the future, you must treat them sincerely. Master didn't do a good job. I hope you can do a better job in the future." Yu Delong seemed to understand, but he still nodded. Chapter 1169. Wudang had several incense-worshipping paths in and out of the mountains. After leaving Xiaozhu Peak, HSU Fengnian and Yu Delong were on their way to the main peak. At the deep ravine of Lei Gong Stream, they coincidentally met an acquaintance. The old Zhenren Chen Yarrow was leading a pair of master and servant up the northern divine path. HSU Fengnian went up to ask and found out that the 2 foreigners admired Wudang's prosperity. After entering the mountain, they lingered and forgot to return. The further they went, the more remote they became. Fortunately, they met Chen Yao. On the way out, the old Zhenren and the middle-aged Confucian scholar talked happily. Fortunately, it was the 15th night of the full moon. Under the clear moonlight, the night road was not too bad. HSU Fengnian was not in a hurry to return to the elephant washing pond. Together with Chen Yao, he sent the pair of master and servant to the one-track-minded divine path. The Confucian scholar obviously did not know that Chen Yao was the Zhenren of Wudang Mountain. He only thought that Chen Yao was an old Taoist from a poor Taoist temple. But seeing that this old Taoist was not ordinary, the Confucian scholar who claimed to be from a Gangnam-do family treated him with respect. With HSU Fengnian's discerning eyes, he immediately saw through the clues. The scholar's clothes were simple, and the young man carrying a book did not show off his wealth and arrogance. But the jade pendant hanging from the young man's waist was not ordinary. It was in the shape of a reclining deer turning its head, outlined by a yin line, vivid and lifelike. It was truly a rare item that had been passed down for thousands of years. As for the bamboo bookcase, it was also shiny. It was obviously an item passed down from generation to generation. The so-called foundation of a rich and powerful family was reflected in these gentle details. Along the way, the middle-aged Confucian scholar asked Chen Yarou about scriptures such as Dao Shu Qi Zhenjiang and Zhuodong Zhenjing Massage Daoyin formula. Hsu Fengnian could see that although these scriptures were introductory Taoist classics, they were orthodox and mellow. They had been approved by the Taoist immortals of various dynasties and had detailed annotations. They were especially suitable for people who were busy with work to take a break from work. After Chen Yarou sent the master and servant to the main road, the two sides happily parted. The old Zhenren stood side by side with Hsu Fengnian, watching the Jiangnan Confucian scholar who had traveled thousands of miles to Beiliang leave. He laughed softly and said, "Did Prince see anything?" Hsu Fengnian nodded and smiled. "It should be the Deer Song family of Gangnam-do. The accent matches, and the family history revealed by the words is also similar. Although the Song family is at the bottom of the 10 wealthy families of the spring and autumn period, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Furthermore, because the family's foundation is located north of the Guangling River and they have long been attached to the imperial court, they are not deeply involved with the other families. Now in Liang, they are considered a first-class noble Chinese family. Back then, the Song family of the capital had 2 teachers. Before they became famous, they had no choice but to use the banner of a distant branch of the Deer Song family to gain a firm foothold in Taiyuan City. I heard that the Deer Song family has a lot of complaints about the Song family that burned the bridge after crossing the river." Chen Yarou twirled his beard and smiled. "If I am not wrong, this person should be the youngest son of Deer Song Yeping, Song Dongming. Legend has it that before this child was born, an auspicious white deer rushed into the mansion, and Song Dongming was born." Hsu Fengnian did not expect Song Dongming to come to Beiliang personally. He frowned and said, "This person is one of the hidden ministers that someone in the imperial court has taken a fancy to. On the surface, after he lost to Yin Maruchun in the spring of Yonghui, he has devoted himself to the mountains and rivers for many years, but in reality, he has been hibernating and accumulating power. Powerful families like the Song family have always liked to speculate everywhere. However, to put such an important person like Song Dongming in Beiliang seems to be too risky." Chen Yarou shook his head and turned to look at Hsu Fengnian face to face. He asked, "Your Highness, do you think that once Beimang invades the south, Beiliang will lose more than win?" Hsu Fengnian did not hide anything. He said calmly, "If the Empress of Beimang only uses half of the country's power and the Southern Dynasty's army to invade the south, I have full confidence that I can defend Beiliang's border. However, if the Empress of Beimang personally comes to the border with all of Beimang's military orders and generals, even if Beiliang already has 2 lines of defense, it will still be impossible to stop Beimang's iron hooves. To be honest, if it were not for Chen Zhibao being conferred the title of King of Western Shu, allowing the Shu family of Beiliang to build Western Shu and Nanjiao into the 3rd line of defense, we still have the confidence to stop Beimang from invading the south. According to my master, Li Yishan's plan, Beiliang's 200,000 border soldiers, Yuliang and Nanjiao, and finally Liuzhou's western regions and Western Shu's Nanjiao, would be enough to hold Beimang's million-strong army. However, the imperial court used Prince Zhao Kai to go to the western regions with a vase and Chen Zhibao to be conferred the title of king to become a vassal, disrupting the situation that Beiliang painstakingly built up. Otherwise, with Shu's Nanjiao and Nanjiao's thousands of li of depth, even if they lost the border, they could still attack and defend. Not to mention 5 years, even if Beimang was given 10 years, they still wouldn't be able to enter the Central Plains. Chapter 1170. Hsu Fengnian rarely confided in others, especially when it came to matters of national security. He would not take the initiative to mention even half a sentence to others. However, he had always been close to Mount Wudang, and Chen Yarou was a senior of virtue and prestige on the mountain. He was the shidi of the old hierarch Wang Zhongluo and also Hong Shixiang's shidi, so Hsu Fengnian did not have the slightest bit of wariness. Moreover, A person with a treasure in his heart would always need to say a few words. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Walking slowly on the divine path back to the mountain with Chen Yarrow, Hsu Fengnian continued, unfortunately, after Master passed away, I could not keep the plans he had set. When I defeated Wang Xianji, I had two choices. One was to go to Western Shu and kill Chen Zhibao, who had ruined Beiliang's grand plan. Even if I had to bear the name of a rebel, I had to take Western Shu, which had always been easy to defend and difficult to attack. The other was to go to Mount Longhu and kill my enemy, Zhao Huangchao. Out of selfishness, I still chose the latter. Although at that time I had a vague feeling that killing Zhao Huangchao was easier than killing Chen Zhibao, looking back now, in the end, it was still out of selfishness. Every time I think about it, I feel uneasy. Hsu Fengnian smiled, seeming a little embarrassed. He said softly, of course, the number of times I think about it is actually not many. Including now, it's only been 2 times. Chen Yarrow smiled knowingly. My master once told us that cultivation is neither easy nor difficult. In fact, it's just being one's true self, speaking from the bottom of your heart, and doing things with love. In my opinion, cultivation is for the sake of attaining the Tao. There's nothing wrong with that. Everyone in the world is cultivating and making choices. That's why there's the saying the unjust find little help, the righteous find much help. Since the prince is being frank and honest, this humble Daoist might as well speak his mind. If there is any disrespect. This humble Daoist believes that the prince will not vent his anger on Wudong Mountain. The prince's actions over the years are worthy of trust. This was common sense, and Beiliang was the same. His Highness oversaw the northwest of the dynasty, and together with the great General Jiyu Zhentang on the eastern front, he faced the Beimang Iron Cavalry. Regardless of whether he was a prince with a different surname, or if he was called the second emperor, this was the responsibility that the eldest son of the Shu family should bear. He could not shirk his responsibility because of a few sarcastic remarks. Generations of Wudong people were willing to get close to the great General Shu Xiao. Other than the great general treating the Taoist priests on the mountain well, it was more because my fellow disciples respected the great general's responsibility. Your Highness is the new head of the Shu family and the new Prince Liang of the dynasty. Wudong Mountain, where this humble Taoist is from, is generally satisfied. However, there is one thing that this humble Taoist cannot bear to look at. Today, this humble Taoist must let your Highness know. Hsu Fengnian smiled and said, Daoist priest, please say it. Good words enter the ear, bad words don't take to heart. Chen Yarrow looked at the amiable young king and said seriously, Your Highness is too gloomy. Hsu Fengnian did not expect such a statement. For a moment, he was speechless and did not know whether to laugh or cry. The middle-aged Taoist priest said angrily, Your Highness, after all, is only a young man in his early 20s. You are also a figure who has climbed to the top of Jianghu. You should be at your most high-spirited, how can you be so gloomy? Compared to this humble Taoist priest who has lived for more than 80 years, his mentality is even more gloomy. Hey, not to mention this humble Taoist priest, when this humble Taoist priest was at your age, he was not as arrogant as you. At that time, the 2 brothers, Zhao Shi and Zhao Shituan of Longhu Mountain, went up the mountain to ask for the Tao and ask for the sword. Senior brother Wang beat and scolded them until they had no temper. He also went down Wudong Mountain without his master's permission and went to Longhu Mountain alone. First, he vented the anger in his heart. After returning to the mountain, he was grounded by his master to reflect on his mistakes. That master of ours spoke harshly and got angry in front of eldest senior brother. After he locked eldest senior brother up, he immediately smiled at us. That mouth of his couldn't close for a few days. He smiled at everyone he saw. However, after master left, senior brother Wang's mind became heavy. It was not until he led junior brother Wang up the mountain that he felt better. Hsu Fengnian's hands were in his sleeves. He was silent, but there was some warmth in his heart. Chen Yarrow suddenly smiled and said, This humble Taoist priest knows a bit about prophecies. I have 2 pieces of good news to tell you. Consider it as my thanks to your Highness for returning the Great Yellow Court. Hsu Fengnian said half-jokingly, if it's really good news, I promise that Xiaozhu Peak's incense will not lose to Wudang's main peak in 3 years. Even if Beimang really invades Beiliang's territory, I will protect Xiaozhu Peak. Chen Yarrow glared and said, let's not talk about the good news first. Your Highness, there is one thing you must remember. The more sincere a person is, the more careful they must be with their word. Isn't it a prophecy? When the ancient sages created words, the heavens wept. There is a great deal of care in this. Now that the Zhaoshe dynasty has chosen the Yu language as their official language, it is even more profound. This is all related to extremely complicated destiny. Hsu Fengnian nodded and did not argue. Chen Yarrow's expression softened. He smiled and said, the first piece of good news is that there is a white flood dragon aura of benevolence coming north from the southern sea. The second piece of good news is that there is a black flood dragon aura coming west from the southern sea and entering Beiliang from the east. Hsu Fengnian thought for a while and said doubtfully, the former should be a qi cultivator from the southern sea Guanyin sect. The latter. Chen Yarrow's expression was calm and did not reveal the heavenly secrets. Hsu Fengnian did not dare to believe it. He said to himself, is it really coming? Chen Yarrow smiled and said, with that Song Dongming of the Confucians, Beiliang can be said to be gradually enlightened. Your Highness, do you still think that Beiliang will lose without a doubt? The fate of the world is fixed. First, the Liang imperial court committed suicide. Then, many people from Great Peace City quietly left. For the Zhaoshe, this is not a good sign. But for Beiliang, for your Highness, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You must not miss it. Yu Delong looked at his master. An imposing aura. A python behind him raised its head. An imposing aura. Chapter 1171. The southern dynasty of Beimang had its imperial court. Even though the Norland had its capital, the empress would spend 2 seasons a year in the imperial tent. The imperial tent was located at the center of the empire. It was a moving city made up of countless tents of various sizes. The tent that the world's noblest old lady lived in was golden in color. Hence, it was like a giant golden spider crawling on the grassland, competing with the sun for glory. When this golden imperial tent appeared in Gusai Prefecture, the imperial court of the southern dynasty suddenly lost its splendor. A group of nobles and officials gathered around the imperial tent, quietly waiting for the emperor's summons. The venerables were closer to the imperial tent. For example, the new king of the southern dynasty, Dong Zhuo, the Ruran cavalry commander, Hong Jingyan, the prefect of the 2 prefectures of Gusai and Longyao, and the great general of the southern dynasty, Liu Gui and Yang Yuanzan. These influential figures in the southern dynasty were all relatively close to the imperial tent. Today, the Empress of Beimang was anxious for the officials of the northern and southern dynasties. As a routine meeting, everyone sat on an embroidered stool in a circle. There was no difference in height between the seats. However, the white-haired but hale and hearty old lady still sat like the Empress of the Central Plains. On her left was the prefect of the chess and sword music school, and on her right was the Beimang god of war, Tuoba Bodhisattva. One was civil and the other was military. However, when the two were arranged in order, civil and military were mixed up. There was no clear confrontation between civil and military like in the imperial court of Liang. As Dong Zhuo rose to become the king of the southern courtyard, his position was getting closer to Empress Murong. However, he was still separated by the prefect of Orange Province, Murong Baoding. Today, after Fatty Dong entered the tent, he was absent-minded. He looked up and counted with his thick fingers, counting how many seats he was behind Her Majesty. Anyway, he was already the highest official in the southern dynasties. However, there were still many old men with the surname Yelu or Murong who occupied the latrine but did not shit. Even if they were old and dizzy and could no longer straighten their backs, they still forced themselves to participate in this meeting. Dong Zhuo met the eyes of a smiling old man. If he remembered correctly, the old man was called Yelu Hongzai. When he was young, he had done a few heroic deeds. These years, he had not done anything. The old man smiled foolishly at Dong Zhuo. Feeling bored, Dong Zhuo also smiled foolishly at the old man. Just like that, the two of them competed. In the end, Dongzhuo's face was stiff from smiling, but the smile on the other side was still so lively and lively. Dongzhuo was defeated. He rubbed his cheeks and gave the old man a thumbs up. Yelu Hongzai's smile did not diminish as he picked his nose. The old man did not hide his pride at all. Dongzhuo could not help but roll his eyes. Was this guy the roly-poly man who had been under Beimang's orders for 3 dynasties? When Yelu Wenshu of the Holy Sect died, this old man and 6 others were present to receive orders. Their seats were at the bottom. When Shunzong passed away, Yelu Hongzai was ranked 3rd out of the 5 people present. When the former emperor died, he was present with Great General Yelu Shulai, a remnant of the Central Plains, Shu Huainan, Tuoba Bodhisattva, and Murong Baoding. He was ranked 2nd. Next, Dongzhuo subconsciously turned to look at the empress. In the large circle formed by the crowd, there was a cloth map that covered the southern part of Liang's capital and Guangling Road. While Dongzhuo was fighting with the old man, Yelu Hongzai, the empress had already discussed the future trend of the war with several great generals. They were all optimistic about the explosive power of West Chu in the short term. However, they still did not think that West Chu could succeed. It was absolutely impossible for them to succeed in reviving the country. The empress mainly wanted to ask the generals how short this short term was. Was it a few months or half a year? Or could it be a deadlock until next autumn? Then, under various possibilities, she asked the civil officials how much the national treasury of Liang Imperial Court would be reduced. While they were discussing the overall situation, a few young people from West Chu also reached the ears of the Beimang Empress. Among them, Xie Shibian received the most, as many as 4 times. Ku Jianghuai followed closely behind with 3 times. The Empress's interest was piqued, but in the end, she only said, "It's a pity that he was born in the wrong place at the right time." Within the tent, the Northern Mang military generals all believed that with Cao Zhongqing presiding over the Eastern Front, they would still win the battle against Guangling Prince Zhao Yi. However, what followed would depend on the commander-in-chief of the Zhao clan in Liyang who would clean up the mess. Would it be the Lu Shengxiang who was suffering from a lot of difficulties, or would it be the minister of war Lu Baijie who was appointed in the face of danger? It was to the extent where it might even be the Northern Mang's greatest threat further north, the Great Pillar State Jiyu Jiantang. In the opinion of the Imperial Peace Commissioner, the Liang Imperial Court looked down on West Chu too much. Furthermore, without Jiyu Jiantang in charge of the Ministry of War, the speed at which the Liang Imperial Court operated was simply a world of difference compared to 20 years ago. However, the Imperial Peace Commissioner was also deeply worried. He said that the more Liang was attacked by West Chu, the more concentrated and flourishing the military power in Jiyu Jiantang's hands would be in the future. In the long run, it could barely be considered a good and a bad situation. Dongzhuo didn't participate in this discussion that didn't have many objections. When Fatty Dong saw the Empress raise her hand, not only did the group of third-rank civil officials, but also a large group of arrogant and domineering generals, it could be said that almost everyone's spirits were lifted. Dongzhuo also restrained his expression. He only saw 4 young female officials carry out another map and lay it on top of the original map. When that extremely detailed colored map appeared in everyone's vision, Dongzhuo saw that even Yelu Hongzai, a toothless tiger, narrowed his eyes, leaned forward slightly, and carefully stared at the 10 feet long and wide map. Probably because his eyesight was old and weak, the old man slowly stood up and took a few steps forward. In all of Beimang, he was the only one who could bring a retainer into the tent to participate in the discussion. At that time, the retainer behind Yelu Hongzai tried to support him, but the old man waved his hand and refused. Following Yelu Hongzai's solemn stand-up, most of the Beimang bigwigs didn't dare to continue sitting. Instead, they followed the old man and left the embroidery stool. It was a large map of the desolate situation. Chapter 1172. At first, there were still a few people who hadn't stood up. It was only when Empress Murong stood up that they followed suit. The old woman's face no longer had the calm and leisurely expression she had before. In a low voice, she said, "I know that even now, there are still people who want to attack the Eastern Front first. They believe that as long as they take over the incomplete Eastern Front in Jiyu Jiantang's hands, they can drive south and occupy Greaton City in the Liang dynasty in one fell swoop. They feel that this is the wisest move to get things done once and for all. As soon as she said this, the atmosphere in the king's tent immediately became solemn. Many of the generals and the head of discipline had ugly expressions on their faces. The old woman suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly. There are also people who believe that the reason I insist on attacking the Western Front is because I'm angry with Xu Xiao, who is already dead. Dong Zhuo couldn't help but laugh. As a result, he was glared at a dozen times by the important people in the tent. Ordinary Beimang officials had long been scared out of their wits. Fatty Dong raised his head and imitated Yelu Hongzai to pick his nose. The old woman continued to laugh. You can think this way if you want. It doesn't matter. I only want to tell you one thing today. The decision to attack the Western Front cannot be changed. Whoever opposes it, I'll give you one last chance. Now, leave this tent. Very quickly, a few elders of the king's court snorted coldly in unison and strode out of the king's tent. These elders were all former eagles of the grasslands. Each of them had the surname Yelu. Even now, they still held considerable military power in their hands. They were like the vassals of the Liang dynasty. The system of the Beimang king's court had always been loose. They each did things their own way and only accepted the empress's restrictions in name. Among the elders, there was no lack of people who hadn't participated in the northern expedition against the Liang dynasty more than 10 years ago. However, even Her Majesty couldn't settle accounts with them after the autumn. In the eyes of these elders, only the Eastern Front was profitable. The Western Front. Beiliang's 300,000 soldiers, so what if they were all killed? Beiliang was a godforsaken place. It was not even as fertile as the grasslands in their own grasslands. Marching southward, they were in western Shu, where even Beimang children knew the rugged roads. It was a place that had never produced an emperor who unified the central plains. It was also a place where the Beimang armored cavalry had to dismount and fight. Along the way, not only would many people die, but they would also get very few things. Who would be happy? If an old woman like you is willing to listen to that bullshit order of peace, we won't accompany you. Following the departure of these unruly Yelu Wangye in large strides, 3 out of 10 people in the king's tent left. Fortunately, none of the commandants and generals of the southern dynasty left. Furthermore, Tuoba Bodhisattva was always standing beside the empress. Yelu Hongzai didn't move an inch and stared at the map. This old man didn't move. Although 7 or 8 important people in their 50s or 60s were restless, they still patiently stayed in the king's tent. Empress Murong's expression didn't change. She didn't even look at those people's backs. She pinched a piece of charcoal with 2 fingers and looked at the map under her feet. She stretched out one hand and pressed it down. She smiled and said, "Let's all sit down." After all, other than our king from the southern courtyard and a few young men, most of them aren't young anymore. A group of people sat on the edge of the map. The officials who were further away from the old woman naturally sat on the territory of Liang. The one who was furthest south sat on the territory of Nanzhao. After waiting for everyone to sit down, the empress joked, "I don't know how to use troops. I only know that we Beimang have millions of troops. It shouldn't be possible for them to line up at the border of Jiyu Sirong and Longyi prefectures. It's better for the Commandant of Peace to explain the specific matters." The Commandant of Peace nodded. He carried the charcoal and walked to the map. However, he didn't go straight to the border of Liang Mang. Instead, he squatted down near the eastern border and drew a semicircle that faced the interior of the grassland. He calmly said, "The restoration of West Chu has restrained the military forces of Liang's capital and its environs. However, Jiyu Gentang's movements are inclined towards the south and biding his time. However, these 2 tendencies don't mean that Liang will definitely watch with folded arms. It's possible that Liang Beiliang will let bygones be bygones. We are different from the Liang imperial court, which only thinks about gaining the most benefits in everything. Everything should be based on the worst-case scenario, which is that if Jiyu Gentang sends his troops to the north, it will lead to a terrible situation where the 2 fronts will cooperate with each other. Therefore, old General Yelu Hongzai, Helian Weiwu, and Murong Baoding will lead their troops to pretend to pressure the border. As long as Jiyu Jiantang has the courage to come out in full force, we will show the corresponding courage and retreat as we fight. Then, we will retreat to the arc I drew and stop here. We won't take a single step back. Helian Weiwu nodded. Murong Baoding remained silent. The bony Yelu Hongtsai looked at the arc and didn't refute. The Commandant of Peace paused for a moment and said in a flat tone, "Next, we also have 2 fronts to fight, but not at the same time. The southern front will be handed over to the king of the south courtyard, Dong Zhuo. Her Majesty won't interfere with a single soldier. But before that, the northern front will be Beimang's backyard. It will be handed over to the great General Tuoba Bodhisattva to clean up. The target will be the grassland tribes that just walked out of the king's tent." Yelu Hongtsai's eyelids twitched. He slowly raised his head and asked in a hoarse voice, "Your Majesty, isn't it easy to kill them on the spot?" The Empress of Beimang smiled and shook her head. She replied, "Too little. PS1, Fire Beacon teasing Feudal Lord's Tencent tribe has officially opened. Welcome everyone's attention. Let me tell you the methods to follow. There are 2. Method 1. Open your mobile phone QQ, click News, click Interested Tribe, under the people nearby, click Interested, find Fire Beacon teasing Feudal Lords and follow. Method 2. Open your mobile phone QQ, click Contacts, click Life Services, click Interested Tribe, click Discover, click Interested, find Fire Beacon teasing Feudal Lords and follow. You can enter my tribe after completing the above operations. PS2. You can also follow the WeChat public platform. Please search Fenghua 1985. Chapter 1173. More than 100 men and women in white quietly went north. They first crossed the sea and then entered Shu. They collected thunder and lightning on the mountain peak, collected rootless yin water, subdued mountain elves, and purified wandering ghosts. They only avoided ordinary people and did not show up easily. Occasionally, woodcutters and hunters who crossed the mountains and rivers bumped into this group of immortals. However, they only caught a glimpse of them and mistakenly thought that they had bumped into the gods of the mountains and rivers. In a panic, they hurriedly knelt down to pay their respects. When they mustered up the courage to look up, they were already gone. These 96 immortal masters of the Guanyin sect came from an isolated island in the South Sea. Their purpose was different from the Qi cultivators of the dragon supporting sect in the north. They never meddled in the affairs of the imperial court. Occasionally, they would go to the land of Shenju and live in the mountains and forests like this time. This time, the Guanyin sect came out in full force. This was a rare scene that had never happened in the 600 years since the founding of the sect. The founding emperor of the Great Feng dynasty once issued a decree to invite the island owner to join the imperial court as the teacher of the emperor. The Guanyin sect refused the decree and almost caused a war. However, the sky was high and the earth was far away from the sea. The island owner of the Guanyin sect did not come personally this time. Among the 6 elders, except for a 100-year-old man who stayed on the island to guard the gate of the Guanyin sect, the rest of the elders followed the team. In addition, there were 4 generations below the island owner, a total of 98 Qi cultivators. They went north together. They crossed the mountains and crossed the rivers. Everyone's white clothes fluttered in the wind and they looked like immortals. This night, they rested in a deep mountain forest somewhere in the old western Shu. They stopped by the lake and followed the ancient method of using the sky as their blanket and the earth as their bed. Except for their light luggage, which was loaded with simple clothes and coarse dry food, there was nothing cumbersome. There were both men and women in the Guanyin sect. However, there were more women than men. There were about 3 women and 1 man. There was a pier on the big lake where the Guanyin sect was temporarily stationed. On the shore, there was an ancient drying rack and banner of scriptures. However, it had been abandoned for many years and it was rotten everywhere. Under the moonlight, the lake water sparkled like a large piece of green jade. Most of the young Qi cultivators sat by the lake and watched the moon on the lake to comprehend the mystery. Similar to the Daoist-Taoist priest who entered the first pin, most of the Qi cultivators who had a high cultivation level mastered 1 or 2 kinds of mysteries of the Daoist finger. The younger the Qi cultivators were, the more difficult it was for them to become a talent. But in the past 100 years, the most talented person in the Guanyin sect was still the girl who learned the finger mystery at the age of 12 and entered the finger mystery realm at the age of 21. But at that time, the young sword god Li Chungang was the most respected person on the mainland. His wooden bull was invincible and he actually beat this stunning girl back to the South Sea. Since then, she had never set foot on the mainland. But at the age of 70, she finally found a last disciple and taught her everything she knew. Just like her, the teacher who taught her, the disciple roamed the Jianghu of the Central Plains at a young age. It seemed that she was luckier than her, the teacher, as she had not died young. But in reality, there was only a thin line between them. If the young king did not remember that he still had a 3-year agreement with the Guanyin sect, not only would he have taken away the land pilgrimage painting, this young girl who was nicknamed the Charcoal Girl would also have drowned in the Jianghu. She had abducted more than 100 swords of HSU Fengnian from the Yuyang Mountain Villa and in the end, she had returned one of the 2 most important treasures of the Guanyin sect, which was a great loss. But for some reason, when she was escorted back to the seaside by the mysterious swordsman Mi Fengjie, she anxiously boarded the ship back to the sect. She had thought of dozens of reasons and excuses in her head, but none of them were of any use. She only needed to call her senior martial sister, but the island master turned a deaf ear to her, let alone reprimand her. Even now, when she stepped onto land once more, the charcoal girl still couldn't figure out the reason. At this moment, she was walking on the ancient trestle with her senior martial sister and a female chi cultivator who had to call her senior martial granduncle. Perhaps because of a guilty conscience, the charcoal girl didn't have the same unrestrained behavior as she did on the island in the past. She was so honest and well-behaved that the group of martial nephews found it inconceivable. The charcoal girl's senior martial sister was the sect master of the Guanyin sect. Just like the rumors of the Central Plains, her appearance was like that of a newly married woman. Originally, no matter how much a woman took care of herself, the corners of her eyes, which easily revealed her true age, didn't have the slightest wrinkle. Her skin was as smooth as jade, and under the moonlight, it faintly flowed with brilliance. Her eyebrows were charming, but her figure was especially tall, half a head taller than the northern men. It could be said that her figure was extraordinarily robust. There was a simple bronze mirror hanging at her waist. Looking at the rippling waves on the lake, she asked softly, "Yi, since entering Shu, have you gained anything?" Chapter 1174. It was a woman who looked older than her. She carried a black scabbard rune sword on her back. This woman named Yi was nearly 30 years old, but she looked at most in her early 20s. She was still in her prime, but she paled in comparison to the owner of the island who was a few steps away from her. She replied respectfully, "The land of Shu is the transition zone between the high and low of the divine land. It is like the 2 forces of east and west fighting against each other here. Therefore, the land of Shu has always been a place where dragons fight against each other. It is difficult to get in and out. Therefore, it can't be the place where dragons rise in the eyes of the world. Those peaceful governments have never been able to affect the general trend of the Central Plains dynasty." This point didn't change because Chen Zhibao entered Shu and was given the title of king. It can be seen that the Minister of War of Li Yang was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. It not only restrained the expansion of Beiliang, but also limited Chen Zhibao's own fate. But Yi couldn't see through one thing. Since our sect entered Shu, there was a huge amount of great spirit pouring into the land of Shu. Chen Zhibao took the opportunity to leave Shu and enter Nanzhao. In Nanzhao, there is a county king from the previous dynasty of Li Yang who has been unpopular for a long time. Chen Zhibao should have swallowed this person's fate and become like a tiger with wings. But Chen Zhibao didn't do it in a remote place, which is another strange thing. The charcoal girl wrinkled her nose and said, "The land of Shu has been a place where dragons are locked in since ancient times. But at that time, the emperor of Li Yang didn't have the intention to plot against Chen Zhibao. He intended to place him in the northern territory of Nanjiang with Jiyu Zhentang in the north and the south, guarding the country's gate. But Chen Zhibao himself insisted on entering Shu. In my opinion, Chen Zhibao is a lunatic with a lofty ambition. He thinks that even if he is alone in Shu County and starts from scratch, he can still achieve great things. He wants to do something that no one has ever done before to show others. There is no man more conceited than him in the world. Senior sister, don't you think so? The master of the Guanyin sect was non-committal. She asked, girl selling charcoal, can you identify the source of the great spirit that entered Shu County? The charcoal girl blinked. Senior sister, do you really want me to say it? The sect master seemed to be in a trance for a moment. He changed the topic and said softly, we're going to Beiliang this time. After we enter the country, we're not allowed to cause any trouble. Especially you, the charcoal girl. Do you hear me? The girl lowered her head and said, oh. If I find out that you went to cause trouble for the king of Beiliang, you will be punished for both crimes. The charcoal girl, who had been rolling her eyes, suddenly became dispirited. She asked in a sickly voice, Senior sister, NG Tai is too arrogant. Not only did he raise waves to drown our Guanyin sect, but why did we allow him to stay on the island as a guest and even let him swagger away? If senior apprentice sister hadn't come out of seclusion in advance, he would have been clamoring to smash the well that suppresses countless demons. Uncle can tolerate this kind of person who barges into our home and causes trouble, but aunt can't. Senior apprentice sister, it's not like you can't beat him. Besides, even if you weren't sure you could win, NG Tai had just fought with that old man. The two tigers were locked in a stalemate. Senior apprentice sister, you could have taken care of both of them in one go. Then on this trip to Beiliang, wouldn't we be able to ask for a sky-high price and sit on the ground? The sect master smiled and smacked the charcoal girl's head with a finger. If your heart isn't in the right place, your chi won't flow smoothly. If your chi isn't flowing smoothly, your majestic chi won't be able to leave your body, just like how a famed sword won't be able to leave its scabbard. What can you do? The charcoal girl hugged her head with both hands, looking wronged. The sect master smiled gently. I know you're saying this on purpose for senior apprentice sister's sake. You're afraid that senior apprentice sister will be obstructed by NG Tai and delay your journey. Charcoal girl, you're thinking too much. Even if senior apprentice sister didn't come out of seclusion in advance, she knows that she can't beat NG Tai. But so what? Chi cultivators of our generation don't need to compete with others in martial arts. What we need to do is to suppress and subdue those fish that escaped the net. The charcoal girl sighed. Senior apprentice sister, there will be countless vengeful ghosts at Guangling Road that need to be exorcised. We can also accumulate merit and it's safe there. Why don't we go there? Why do we have to go to Beiliang and take the risk? The sect master shook her head. First of all, there are chi cultivators in the north who rely on the Zhao clan. If we go there, are we going to fight recklessly? Moreover, there's one more thing to confirm when we go to Beiliang. That is this generation's Zhenwu really the one who stopped wars? It wasn't easy for Li Yang to unify the Central Plains. It has only been slightly more than 20 years since the world was settled. If Beiliang were to cause chaos, then it would become a huge joke. The charcoal girl was stunned for a moment. She asked softly, to pacify the world for the sake of the enemy. In that case, isn't that person surnamed Shu a bigger joke than the biggest joke in the world? The sect master turned her head and asked, then why do you still harbor resentment towards him? The charcoal girl chuckled. I won't lower myself to his level. The sect master looked at the surface of the lake that was as calm as a mirror. All right then, you will take the lead. We have to bring gifts when we visit this time. The charcoal girl gave a sound of acknowledgement. Her expression became serious and solemn. The female chi cultivator who was standing at the side with a sword on her back was a little surprised. She did not understand the reason and could only wait and see. The charcoal girl said that she would first serve the toast and then the punishment wine. She raised her ring finger and dipped it into the lake water and flicked it into the air. It was as if she was lighting up the wine in the cup. She flicked the lake water 3 times in a row to toast the heaven, earth, and ancestors respectively. After this, more than 90 chi cultivators who were sitting or sleeping by the lake stood up upon hearing the news. They were as if they were facing a great enemy. After the 3 toasts, the charcoal girl made hand seals with both hands and said loudly to the people by the lake. They would inject their chi into their respective talisman swords for the time being and then give up on controlling them. The chi cultivators of the Guanyin sect did not care about seniority and did as they were told. One must know that the charcoal girl was born with a strange talent of a sword embryo. Be it chi cultivation or martial arts, she could achieve twice the results with half the effort. There were 36 chi cultivators who carried swords. Only a small portion of them carried a few talisman swords. The one with the most had 7 swords in the box and a total of 84 talisman swords on the lake. The sword light shone in all directions and was dazzling in 5 colors. Something split open the surface of the lake, revealing a huge and ferocious head. At the same time, the sect master of the Guanyin sect did not stare at the lake dragon that emerged from the water. Instead, she turned to look at the top of the mountain. Someone stood there with a white bowl floating in front of him. Chapter 1175. In the lake, the yellow dragon broke through the surface of the water. It straightened its body and looked down at the 3 girls on the bridge. This spiritual creature had no horns but scales. The chi cultivators of the north called it the earth dragon. According to legend, it was a creature of the dragon and Leviathan. Its body was like a snake, but it had 4 legs. 2 strands of dark yellow dragon whiskers swayed slightly. Its 2 dragon eyes carried emotions similar to humans. It should not be underestimated. The body of this giant dragon was 60 feet long. Its 2 claws pressed on the surface of the lake. It narrowed its eyes and breathed out a wisp of faint green breath from its mouth. It seemed to be mocking the chi cultivators on the bridge for overestimating their own abilities. The dragon was a descendant of the dragon. It was said that it had unparalleled power. The dragon pearl in its mouth was the most precious. It only existed in supernatural novels and no one had seen it. Even the chi cultivators who were good at looking for the dragon's acupuncture points would not be able to see the true appearance of the dragon in their lifetime. Most of the immortals of the Guanyin sect were immersed in amazement. This was a living giant dragon. As long as the talisman weapon of the chi cultivators was related to the dragon, it was a priceless treasure. However, the charcoal girl on the bridge was not surprised. She had seen a black dragon in the Earthlung mountain. Compared to the black dragon that stole the first blessed land of Taoism, this yellow dragon paled in comparison. The current Wudang chief, Li Yufu, who had been missing for a long time, made a name for himself by slaying the dragon in the Earthlung mountain. The charcoal girl quickly formed a seal with her hands and jumped into the water. She walked on the surface of the lake and began to run around the yellow dragon. She said the 9-word Sanskrit mantra, Lin, Bing, Do, Zhe, all formations, advance. She supplemented it with the 9 hand seals including the lion seal. Out of the 84 flying swords, 3 stayed still and the 81 swords formed a small formation of 9 swords. The 9 small formations formed a big sword formation. The talisman swords floated above the water with different heights. The tips of the swords pointed downwards and they spat out gang chi. Under the influence of each other, countless water snakes seemed to swim on the surface of the lake. Finally, they formed the seal of treasured vase and trapped the yellow dragon. After the charcoal girl formed the seal, although the sword formation was successfully completed, she looked relaxed. She muttered that she must catch this long worm. However, she didn't underestimate her opponent. She glided gracefully on the surface of the lake. While her delicate body tilted, her slender hand drew on the surface of the water as if she was scribbling. Then, she whispered, "Rise." Unexpectedly, she picked up a jade tablet from the water, just like the one used by the officials in the morning court. She continued to walk around the yellow dragon. The emerald water tablet suddenly glowed brightly, and the chi of purple myrtle swirled around it. The girl who sold charcoal walked behind the yellow dragon and held the tablet with both of her hands, as if she was a minister serving the emperor. She said in a deep voice, "Evil retreats, chi of Tao lives forever." The charcoal girl's sword formation was a talisman. She raised her hands. The yellow dragon, which was as still as a statue. He is, and it is. He raised his claw and pressed it gently on the surface of the lake. He was only 1 step away from breaking the sword formation. The yellow dragon, who had its back to the charcoal girl, seemed to be surprised. It thought for a while. Then, it turned its head. It bit the big tablet made of condensed chi and tore it into pieces. The talisman in the charcoal girl's hand also showed traces of cracks. The yellow dragon shook its head. Its dragon whiskers fluttered. Then, it opened its eyes wide and showed its mouth. Like a heavenly king, it roared at the girl who was as small as an ant. The girl selling charcoal was still holding the water tablet in her hand. Her body slid backward on the surface of the lake. Her black hair fluttered in the wind due to the dragon's breath. The charcoal girl retreated until she was a few feet away from the shore. Then, she let go of the tablet. The tablet did not fall to the ground. The charcoal girl muttered, "You dare to spit on me? I'll teach you a lesson." She glanced at the sword formation. Then, she began to run on the lake again. She said softly, "With one thought, I can create a purple canopy. With one thought, I can understand nature. With one thought, I can ascend to Tai Ching. Never forget, I will tell the 9 heavens." Every time she said with one thought, the remaining 3 swords would rise higher and rise into the moon. The charcoal girl's body was purple and gold. She looked like a god in the eyes of others. The yellow dragon stared at the familiar breath. It seemed to be afraid. Then, it became furious. It slammed its claws on the lake surface. The dragon claws hidden at the bottom of the lake also began to overturn the river and sea. Even a trapped beast would put up a fight. Moreover, it was a demigod longevity spirit that was close to becoming a dragon. The entire lake immediately boiled. White mist rose and the heaven and earth shook. Although the charcoal girl's 3 talisman swords pierced into the lake from the sky one after another, except for one that was swept away by the dragon's tail, the other 2 were nailed into the yellow dragon's back. However, the yellow dragon did not seem to be seriously injured. Instead, it fueled its craziness. Its 4 claws rose and fell repeatedly. The dragon raised its head and smashed the water with its tail. Its roar was like thunder. The lake water overflowed and soaked the shore. The Qi cultivators of the Guanyin sect had already retreated. Only the senior sister who sold charcoal girl on the pier did not move. However, she was no longer looking at the top of the mountain. Instead, she looked at the yellow dragon with pity. The dragon's breath in the lake could be traced back to the highland. She ordered calmly, "Ingi, keep your breath in the bottle." The female immortal master on the pier nodded. Her hands formed a seal. Then, she took a deep breath and absorbed the dragon's breath in the lake into her stomach. Chapter 1176. The yellow flood dragon, whose head was originally facing the girl selling charcoal, quickly sensed the theft behind it. It slowly turned its huge head and stared at the 2 Qi refinement warriors on the bridge. The sect master frowned and said, "Girl selling charcoal, stop playing." The girl selling charcoal giggled and said that she knew. She took out a jade pendant with a pair of dragon tails carved on it from her sleeves. She revealed a pained and aggrieved expression and crushed the jade pendant with a sigh. Her senior sister looked at the lakeshore and said calmly, "Sun Ya, Kai Leiyang wins." A young male Qi refinement warrior heard and immediately opened the luggage at his feet, revealing a piece of bluestone carved with a coiling dragon. It was squarish and weighed no less than 50 kilograms. There was a hole on each of the 6 sides of the coiling dragon. Red lightning was circulating and lingering in the holes. The young man held up the coiling dragon and shouted angrily, throwing it into the lake. The sect master on the bridge gave out orders in an orderly manner. Qi Longzhong, form the mirror. The other middle-aged Qi refinement warrior withstood the huge pressure that almost suffocated him. He rushed to the side of the lake and squatted down. He extended his arms into the lake. With him as the starting point, the surface of the lake started to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the girl selling charcoal in the lake had already crushed the pair of coiling dragon jade pendants. 2 coiling dragons that were inferior in size to the yellow flood dragon appeared on the lake. On the bridge, the female Qi refinement warrior named Ingyi was frantically absorbing the dragon aura of the yellow flood dragon. After the young Qi refinement warrior, Sun Ya, threw out the coiling dragon, it hovered above the lake. A bolt of lightning struck the coiling dragon, 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 coiling dragon. The Chi refinement warrior who was in charge of forming the mirror had already frozen the entire surface of the lake. The lake was filled with chilly air. Everything was fine except for the east wind. The girl selling charcoal, who had hidden countless superior-grade talisman weapons on her, was about to use her trump card. Just as she was about to subdue the dragon, a strange phenomenon occurred. The yellow flood dragon vanished without a trace. The sect master of Guanyin sect also vanished from the bridge instantly. On the mountain peak, she looked at the middle-aged scholar who was looking down at the big white bowl in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Xie, don't push your luck." The scholar raised his head and smiled. "Tantai Pingjing, don't flaunt your seniority just because you're older. It's not cute for a woman to act like this." The sect leader sneered, "You, Xie Feiyu, have watched your country fall apart and your family die. You have cultivation but you still hide your head and tail. In the end, you don't even dare to acknowledge your daughter. Are you a man?" The scholar was still smiling as he teased, "Women have long hair but short insight." The tall woman whose real name was Tantai Pingjing had a dark expression. Clearly, she was angry for the first time. While the Guanyin sect had never cared about worldly disputes, and its rise and fall were decided by the heavens, this person had said that as long as he did not leave Great Peace City, the great Qi cultivators of the south would not take a step past the Guangling River. This was an unnecessary move to target the Guanyin sect. The scholar whose real age could not be determined did not look at Tantai Pingjing's expression. He lowered his head and looked at the bowl. There was a small yellow flood dragon swimming in the bowl. Other than that, there were two small flood dragons and a red flood dragon of about the same length. There were no more flood dragons in the land of Shu. They were all in my bowl. The scholar smiled and said softly, "We are all outsiders who go with the flow. We know that the world has its own rules. You want to use this flood dragon to replenish the qi of the king of Beiliang, Hsu Fengnian. You are breaking the rules." Tantai Pingjing said sarcastically, "Then you are not breaking the rules by helping Chen Zhibao catch the flood dragon of Shu and paving the way for him?" The scholar with the surname Xie shook his head and said, "You are far from understanding the heavenly Tao. Although we are in the same line of work, I work hard while you Qi cultivators only work hard." The corner of Tantai Pingjing's mouth curled up. Her eyes were filled with pity, just like how she looked at the yellow flood dragon earlier. The scholar looked around and said with an amiable smile, "I know you have a backup plan. It's Deng Tai's flying sword. I'm not good at fighting, but if I can't beat him, I can always run away, right?" Only the tall woman was left on the top of the mountain. However, from the top of the mountain to the middle of Shu, there was a series of continuous thunder. Two men appeared beside Tantai Pingjing. They were an ordinary middle-aged man and a one-armed old man. Ng Tai and Sui Xie Jiyu. She cast an inquiring look. Ng Tai, who had quietly used the Earth Immortal sword, rubbed his chin and said self-mockingly, "Did this guy put oil on the soles of his feet? He ran so fast that I couldn't catch up." Tantai Pingjing sighed and felt a little sorry. She asked, "Where are you going next?" Ng Tai said calmly, "I am going to look for my disciple. Anyway, Beiliang will definitely not go. Elder Sui will be enough to accompany you." Sui Xie Jiyu glanced at the tall woman and laughed, "Little Tantai, since the first time I saw you, I have been chasing you for more than 80 years. Are you really not going to give me a chance? If you agree, I will impart everything I know to that charcoal girl." Tantai Pingjing completely ignored this old bastard and went down the mountain. Sui Xie Jiyu bared his teeth. Ng Tai, who was a few generations younger than these two, joked, "Elder, chasing girls is not like practicing swords. How can you be so direct?" Sui Xie Jiyu glared and said, "Aren't you a bachelor? Even at this old man's age, you are still a bachelor." Ng Tai laughed loudly, "Thank you for your kind words." After laughing, Ng Tai said emotionally, Old Man Wu is not really a stubborn antique. He has finally done something that makes me feel good. Sui Xie Jiu nodded and said, 99 swords. Together with this old man's broken sword, we have exactly 100 swords. It will be enough for the northern barbarians to suffer. Ng Tai hesitated and said, if it is possible, perhaps we should add in my sword. However, at that point, the outcome may have already been decided. It is no longer necessary to add to the icing on the cake. Sui Xie Gu's heroic spirit soared and he laughed, let's not talk about other things. When the time comes, it will be the best sword in the entire Central Plains. Together with the 300,000 Beiliang sabers, this scene, Chapter 1177. A trade caravan entered the territory of Liuju and came to the Mazong Mountain between Liangju and Qingcang City. At a glance, all one could see were brown desert hills, which were difficult to farm. The mountain was shaped like a row of geese going north and south. Between the mountain passes, the wind was strong and the sand flew like knives. The caravan going from east to west had to pass through here. After the imperial court incorporated the original 3 provinces of Beiliang into its territory, leaving this place was considered leaving the border. In the past 20 years, there was no lack of poets who traveled to this place, and many of their popular poems about the border were spread throughout the imperial court. This time, Beiliang set up Liuju. About half a year later, the Liang imperial court issued an edict, and dozens of people were promoted. The main reason was that Yang Guangdou was promoted to the position of governor of Liuju. The officials of the Central Plains had never heard of this person, but they knew that this was Zhao Ting having no choice but to admit that the Shu family controlled the sky in Beiliang. The imperial edict of Great Peace City was released almost at the same time as the news of Beimang's army invading the south. Immediately, there were people in the capital who rejoiced in other people's misfortune, saying, let's see how long you can run rampant in Beiliang. As the rumors of Beimang moving troops to the western border were confirmed, it actually washed away a lot of the haze of Guangling's defeat. In many people's eyes, as long as they did not attack the eastern border guarded by General Jiyu Zhentang, Liang did not have to fight on 2 fronts. Secondly, Liang Mang's fight to the death was like a dog biting a dog. After all, if Beimang was a wild dog drooling over the fat meat of the Central Plains, then Beiliang was not much better. To the Liang imperial court, it was always a disobedient watchdog, wild and difficult to tame. As Beiliang gradually relaxed its restrictions on Liu province, some refugees could not only return home to worship their ancestors, they could even join the army at the border. Furthermore, the old Beiliang from the 3 old provinces could also smoothly enter Liu province, keenly searching for business opportunities. This group of horses traveling through Mazong Mountain was one such example. The owner of the group of horses was a large family in Lingju. 4 generations, they had been involved in businesses such as tea, horses, salt, and iron. Their ancestors had followed Ren Tu on many expeditions. After the Shu family settled down in Beiliang, the old man, who had only reached the rank of a 4th-rank general, died of an old illness on the battlefield. It was said that even the king of Beiliang had personally come to the mourning hall to pay his respects. This kind of honor could be counted on one hand within Beiliang, where there were as many general families as there were hairs on an ox. Following the death of the old Liang Shu Xiao, this treatment became even more of a protective talisman for this family. When other families' businesses at the border began to wither and become difficult to continue, their business became more and more unimpeded. They even successfully extended their family's branches into Liu province. Within the group of nearly 100 people, there were 2 outsiders. They were a pair of master and disciple. The people in charge of the group, who often traveled to dangerous places at the border, were not very welcoming. However, they heard that it was a popular official in Lingju, who even the Fu family could not afford to offend, who said that the son of an aristocratic family had nothing better to do and wanted to travel beyond the Great Wall. They had no choice but to accept him into the group. Other than the old master of the Fu family, who had painstakingly accumulated incense, the next 2 generations of the younger generation had all followed the teachings of their ancestors and stayed away from the political scene. It was inevitable that they would show signs of fatigue. After all, they still had to act according to the mood of others. The nominal leader of the Fu family was the eldest grandson of the Fu family's third branch, Fu Zhensheng. He was then handed over to two experienced Jianghu people who were familiar with the border. This Fu Zhensheng had a scholarly air. However, it was rumored that the martial arts instructor in the family was full of praise for his talent in martial arts. As for the depth of his moves, no one had ever seen him fight. Zhao Jiabao and Feng Qianxiang, who had trained their discerning eyes through the ups and downs of Jianghu, were also not sure. The rule of Jianghu was that it was easy to look at the weak and difficult to look at the strong. Presumably, Fu Zhensheng's skills were not too bad. The group of horses rested behind a mountain in the shape of a wild goose to temporarily avoid the wind and sand. Fu Zhensheng sat with his back against the mountain wall. He carefully picked up the newly made sheepskin water bag and drank a mouthful of the warm and smelly water. The Fu family had always had this tradition. When the children of the Fu family went to the border for the first time, they would have the older woman in the family sew a water bag and the male elder would hand it to them. Even though the new water bag had been dried to get rid of the fishy smell, it was still unbearable after it was filled with water. For the children of the wealthy, this was no different from a kind of torture. However, the Fu family was simple and honest. Most of the descendants had tough personalities. After Fu Zhensheng's initial discomfort, he was able to drink water without any change in expression. He glanced at the master and disciple standing in the distance. The master was about the same age as him and was handsome. He should have been the head of the group in Lingju, but for some reason, he came to the border to ask for trouble. The disciple was an unremarkable child. However, after entering Liuju, he was like a fish in water compared to many of the Fu family members who were used to going beyond the Great Wall. Fu Zhensheng observed carefully along the way. At this time, he said to the two seniors, Uncle Zhao, Uncle Feng, that Shu Qi doesn't seem like someone who is going to the border for the first time. He doesn't need us to remind him. The amount of water he drinks each time is very appropriate and he never drinks because he is thirsty. The way he treats people is also smooth and slick, unlike those aristocratic children who don't know the ways of the world. Furthermore, there aren't many large families in Lingju that our Fu family is wary of. I have never heard of such a person. Zhao Jiabao, who had been a retainer of the Fu family for more than 20 years, did not need to bow and scrape before the head of the family. He also had a close relationship with the head of the third branch. Therefore, along the way, he taught Fu Zhensheng everything he knew. Hearing Fu Zhensheng's experienced words, his old heart was comforted. A sincere smile appeared on his old, mottled face. He nodded and said, "That young man called Shu Qi walks in the middle of the group and suffers less than young master, but his calmness and composure is not something that can be faked. The food he eats while riding and when he dismounts is the same as old bones like me and Chen Xiang who are used to drinking the northwest wind. Logically speaking, there is something strange about him and we have to be careful. It is a good thing that young master can be more careful. Since young master has spoken, Chen Xiang, you can also reveal the truth." Feng Qianxiang, who had a long saber on his back, smiled and said in a deep voice, "Young master, don't worry. Before the head of the family left this time, he privately told me and old Zhao that although this Shu Qi's background is unknown, we can guarantee that his identity is clean and he is definitely not a bad person. However, old Zhao and I both have selfish motives. We want to see if young master can see the difference between that pair of master and disciple, so we didn't say it clearly. Young master, please don't be offended." Of course. Since young, Fu Zhensheng had been influenced by a family style that was very different from ordinary general families. His personality was introverted, and he slowly put away the sheepskin pouch. Pursing his dry lips, he said self-deprecatingly, "I only know the taste of the northwest wind after this trip. It really isn't much." Fu Zhensheng suddenly sighed and said, "That Xinliu province is a place where jackals and wolves surround." Previously, the trusted aide of the Beiliang Palace, Chen Shiliang, was indeed suspected of being soft-hearted. He paid too much attention to the gains and losses of one place and refused to abandon the city. In the end, he was surrounded by 10,000 horse bandits in Qingcang City and lost the lives of dozens of white horse followers for nothing. Beiliang has guarded the border for so many years, and such losses are rare. I also don't know what kind of person the new provincial governor, Yong Guangdo, is. If he is of the same origin as Chen Shiliang, this famous person of Mount Qingliang, then the future of our Fu family will be uncertain. Taking 10,000 steps back, Fu Zhenxing is dead and has delayed the great cause of Beiliang. If grandfather were still alive, he would most likely not allow this useless grandson of mine to enter the family. Zhao Jiabao was obviously not optimistic about the future, and said worriedly, our Fu family has worked hard for Beiliang for almost 20 years. In name, we are doing business at the border, but in reality, we are secretly looking for mines. Most of Beiliang's gold and iron mines are from the Fu family. This time, when we return to Liuju and Fengxiang to confirm the quality and output of that mine, I think it will be a little difficult. Feng Qianxiang smiled and said, in the end, I still hope that Beiliang can win this battle. Otherwise, the wealth that I have saved for most of my life will go down the drain. When that time comes, even if the king of Beiliang is standing in front of me, I will point at his nose and scold him. Zhao Jiabao laughed loudly. Seeing his young master's blank face, he explained, when they heard that there was going to be a war, many of the heartless and cowardly large families in Lingju began to run out. However, they couldn't take their houses and fields with them, so they could only sell them at a low price. Originally, 2,000 taels of silver might not be enough to buy a good house, but 800 taels of silver would be enough. Qian Xiang took advantage of the situation to rob 4 houses, and for this, he even borrowed 1,000 taels of silver from me. Speaking of which, it's strange. With such a big commotion, the government completely ignored it. They didn't care about the rule of asking their neighbors. Anyone who went to the government office would be able to get an official contract, and it wasn't even a white contract, but a real red one. Fortunately, the Governor-General's residence stopped at the last moment. Every time they leave the country, they are not allowed to bring more than 100 gold and 1,000 taels of silver. Fu Zhenxing asked curiously, with so little gold and silver, could it be that they have to send people to and from Beiliang? Wouldn't those rich people find it troublesome? Even if they only have 100,000 taels of silver, 100 gold and 1,000 taels of silver, they would still have to travel 50 times. Feng Qianxiang shook his head and smiled, it's simple. Actually, they don't have to bring gold and silver out of the country. They can just buy antiques, calligraphy, and paintings, and it's easy and convenient. After all, no one cares if they bring a lot of them away. When they leave Beiliang, they can still be exchanged for silver. Those aristocratic families who are good at appreciating antiques have suddenly turned into VIPs in every household. Young master, you must have heard of the fish dragon gang that inexplicably rose up in Lingju, right? Compared to their table manners, I'm not even worth mentioning. They're basically spending all their money to buy land and houses. I don't know where they got all that money from. After a rough calculation, the Fish Dragon Gang has already spent more than 800,000 taels of silver on real estate that I know of. The real amount has probably doubled. They're about to become a big landlord that owns half of Lingju. Even I, a man, admire the courage of the female gang leader of the Fish Dragon Gang. Young master, why don't you go and marry that woman? Fu Zhenxing wasn't someone who couldn't take a joke, but he still felt a little helpless. He mocked himself, she's a heroine who is as famous as Mount Huishanzi. How could she take a fancy to me? Chapter 1178. Zhao Jiabao made a sound of surprise. That pair of master and disciple had disappeared right under their noses. The few people of the Fu family who were close to outsiders also did not notice. Fu Zhenxing carried the heavy burden of Beiliang and his family on this trip, so he was somewhat disgusted by Shu Qi's decision. He looked up at the sky and said, let's wait for them for an hour. If we still can't find them, then we must set out. The journey between heaven and earth is truly difficult. We can't indulge them. Xu Fengnian, who had brought Yu Delong into Liuju, circled around to the other side of the mountain and saw a pair of unexpected acquaintances. It was Song Dongming of the Deer Song clan and his attendant. The two of them looked at each other. Song Dongming was stunned for a moment before he laughed heartily. From the beautiful Wudang to this barren place, I can still meet this young master. It really is a small world. If young master is not worried, I still have half a bottle of wine here. It's the green ant from northern Liang. The wine is very strong. When it enters the mouth, it burns the throat, but after a while, it actually becomes cool. This song has also just started to drink this wine. If I had known earlier, I would have bought a few more bottles. I regret that I was worried that I would not have enough money and bought 2 more bottles of green and on me. Hsu Fengnian did not say much. He took the bottle of wine, raised it in the air, and poured a small mouthful. He handed it back to Song Dongming. The latter smiled and asked, "Why don't you drink a few more mouthfuls? It won't hurt." Hsu Fengnian shook his head and smiled. "I, Shu Qi, won't steal your beauty." Seeing Hsu Fengnian introduce himself, Song Dongming probably thought that the young master with the Beiliang accent did not know who the Deersong family was. He said, "I am Song Dongming. My ancestors live in Deer County in Jiangnan. To have met you twice, fate is not small." Before he could finish his sentence, Song Dongming's face was hit by the wind and sand. He reached out and grabbed the mature yellow grass that had left the ground and turned into flying catkins. He sighed, 2 withers in a year, drifting with the wind. The errand boy suddenly stretched out his finger and shouted, "Sir, look. Is that the smoke signal?" Following the servant's finger, Song Dongming saw a thick smoke signal rising from the desert. It should be from the direction of Qingtsang City, reporting to Liangju that they were safe. They had not seen this when they first entered Liu province. No wonder his servant was so surprised. Song Dongming muttered to himself, "The ancient books say that the smoke signal here is different from the central plains. It is named for burning wolf dung. The smoke is straight and extremely black, and the wind cannot blow. But looking at it, other than the smoke being thicker, there is no difference between the smoke and the central plains." Hsu Fengnian laughed softly. "I'm afraid that's a mistake made by some frontier poets. In the northwest border, there may occasionally be smoke burning with wolf dung, but that is because there is not enough cow and sheep dung. Most of the materials are obtained locally. Desert poplar and red willow wood are used as firewood, supplemented by flammable reeds that can be found everywhere. Furthermore, the fire beacon of the Beiliang Frontier Army is strictly regulated. If the patrolling cavalry finds that there is not enough fire beacon, all the officials up to the 4th rank will be beheaded on the spot. No matter who pleads for mercy, it is useless. In the past 20 years of Beiliang, because of this small matter, more than 300 people have died. In the first 4 or 5 years, it was relatively less. This year, at most, more than 60 soldiers who neglected their duties were killed in one go." Song Dongming was shocked. He drank a mouthful of green ant wine before saying, 2 generations of kings have taken over the throne. The Beiliang Frontier Army is different from the other armies. There are many unruly old generals who hold the military power. They should seek stability and prevent chaos. Why are they so ruthless? In addition, there is a rumor that they secretly killed the Huaihua general Zhong Hongwu because of a disagreement. Aren't they afraid of causing a mutiny? Young Master Shu, from what you said about the smoke, it is obvious that you are familiar with military affairs. Can you explain a little to Song Dongming? Shu Fengnian smiled and asked, "Just because of a disagreement?" Song Dongming was very smart. Although he was trying to sound Shu Q out at the beginning, he knew that he would not be able to speak the words of an expert. He restrained his expression and said, "There are many leaders in the Beiliang army. The new king has to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Otherwise, before the war starts, it will be difficult to convince the people with military achievements." Hsu Fengnian listened to this general explanation and lost his desire to talk. He planned to return to the Fu family's caravan. He had to protect them until they reached Qingtsang City. At that time, there would naturally be an elite cavalry team secretly escorting them to the newly discovered mine in Fengxiang. If the Fu family, who had contributed a lot to Beiliang, knew that the king of Beiliang was personally escorting the king, what would they think? Would they think that their hard work over the years was worth it? Of course, Hsu Fengnian would not let them know the truth. This might be something that Xu Weixiong, who emphasized details, did not like. As a ruler, he was not willing to buy people's hearts. Song Dongming saw that Hsu Fengnian was about to leave and quickly said, "Young Master Shu, I heard that there are 2 young aides in the Beiliang Palace. The king of Beiliang's northern courtyard's grandson, Xu Beiji, has become the governor of Lingju. This is because the king of Beiliang does not suspect the people he uses. Instead, he used the poor scholar, Chen Shiliang. It can be said that he does not care about the quality of the people he uses. He is very good at attracting the talents of the poor families in Beiliang. Boldly speaking, if your Beiliang Dao were to form a country of its own, then these two people would definitely be the future prime minister's aides. However, since ancient times, important officials in the imperial court have all gone from public to private. They first used their talents and knowledge to enter the center of the imperial court. After they entered the eyes of the emperor, they were able to walk to the side of the emperor. In that case, your Mount Qingliang does not seem to follow the rules too much. Hsu Fengnian nodded and said, "We do not follow the rules too much. However, speaking of which, what do you think are the pros and cons of this kind of exceptional promotion?" Song Dongming smiled slightly. It was probably because he was talking about something that he was good at. His entire person suddenly seemed to have an extraordinary aura. He spoke tirelessly. In the short term, buying bones with 1,000 gold is naturally a good thing. It is especially beneficial to appease the scholars. Since even Chen Shiliang, who was thwarted in 2 major matters in succession, was not punished by the king of Beiliang, then why can't we, scholars, who are well read and have a bellyful of literature, whose background is not inferior to Chen Shiliang's, become high officials? Hsu Fengnian very rudely interrupted Song Dongming's words and asked, "What does Mr. Song think of Chen Shiliang's stubbornness in defending Qingkang? Do you think that the king of Beiliang should be punished or not?" The servant had long disliked this fellow surnamed Xu. His master's vision and knowledge were so great that even the famous Chinese scholars in Gangnam-do would have to listen attentively to his master's lectures. This Xu Qi was indeed a barbarian in Beiliang. He only looked like a scholar, but his bearing and knowledge were a mess. Wasn't his master flirting with a blind person? The servant was just about to speak up and teach this untactful fellow a lesson when he was glanced at by Song Dongming, scaring the most disciplined servant into silence. Song Dongming continued, "As for Chen Shiliang, both reward and punishment should be used. This person seemed to be muddle-headed during the defense of the city, so much so that everyone in Beiliang thought he was someone with great ambition but little talent. However, they did not know that Beiliang does not lack soldiers, good swords and horses, or even money. The only thing it lacks is the people's hearts." Chapter 1179. Song Dongming looked into the distance and said, "The people's hearts are the foundation of people's harmony. The danger of a country is never in the geographical location, but in the people's hearts. The geographical location is a dead thing. The debate between the heavens and the people naturally falls on the two. Confucianism, Taoism, and Moism all have their own views. Countless sages have not argued for a reason, so Song Dongming did not dare to speak carelessly. However, as a ruler, one must have a good heart, be willing to accumulate merits, and turn misfortune into fortune. This is using humanity to prove the way of heaven. Even if it cannot reverse the geographical location, it can't be wrong. If Beiliang was in the hands of the old king of Liang, Xu Xiao, the 300,000 cavalry were already the best in the world, then if it was in the hands of the new king of Liang, Hsu Fengnian, he could gather the people's hearts. Then the millions of households in Beiliang would have soldiers willing to fight. Even if Beimang claimed to have millions of soldiers, how could they bully Beiliang? Song Dongming said softly, "Therefore, Chen Shiliang gave Beiliang a good start. Those refugees who entered the city, there were 3,000 of them. After they survived, their so-called reputation would be well known. There would be 30,000 or even more refugees in Liuju who would know the benevolence and righteousness of the young king. He was not the king of Beiliang who was full of benevolence and righteousness, nor was he a hypocrite who would only put porridge at the city gate. He could really help them guard the 4 prefectures of Beiliang, Yuliang, Lingling, and Liuju." The middle-aged scholar who was talking to himself had a solemn expression. If Chen Shiliang had chosen to retreat at that time, yes, he would have left the king of Beiliang with the white horses in the city. Unfortunately, Li Yishan's plan back then was all for naught. Li Yishan expelled the refugees from their homes and sent Beiliang's soldiers to kill and train. He was showing his power first. Chen Shiliang did not guard Qingcang, and the hundreds of thousands of refugees inside and outside the city were watching. HSU Fengnian wanted these refugees to fight to the death for Beiliang? What an idiotic dream. Beiliang thought that the meticulous Xu Beiji was far superior to the soft-hearted Chen Shiliang. Humph, this is the true definition of being short-sighted. Only by being virtuous and virtuous can one be like the North Star of the heavens. Wherever one is protected by the stars. Only then can one be considered to have the support of many. If Beiliang only had the military heart but not the people's will, then even if all 300,000 soldiers died, they still wouldn't be able to defend the northwest gate of Liyang. Then, at that time, HSU Fengnian, who was still His Royal Highness, said in the Imperial Road in the capital, that he wanted to guard the country's gate for the common people of the Central Plains, so that they would not be disturbed by the horseshoes of Beimang. It's just bullshit that will make people laugh their heads off. The errand boy at the side widened his eyes. His master, who had always been gentle and refined, was speaking so bluntly. HSU Fengnian nodded silently. Yu Delong squatted next to his master. He certainly couldn't understand, but he still felt that this slightly older scholar from Jiangnan was quite energetic when he spoke. He seemed to have more momentum than the Jianghu masters. Momentum. Yu Delong, who was staring at Song Dongming, was a little puzzled. How could a scholar like him have such momentum after reading a few books? Was there such a good thing in the world? Should he go back and tell his master that he should also go and learn to read? HSU Fengnian was silent for a moment, then smiled and asked, "The Crown Prince, Yin Mao Chun, is presiding over the examinations for officials outside the capital. Mr. Song is traveling in the cold, so I presume you're not in the position to become an official? With Mr. Song's military strategy, why not become an official?" The errand boy snorted coldly. Obviously, he felt that this kind of idiotic question was insulting his master. Song Dongming suddenly felt a little sad. He closed his eyes and faintly showed an expression of uncontrollable pain. He sighed softly and said, "To be honest, someone in the capital once asked me the same thing. I can only say that it was given by others, not what I asked for." Song Dongming seemed to have realized that it was not appropriate for him to reveal his true feelings. He smiled and said, "Young Master Shu, are you going to Qingcang City this time?" HSU Fengnian shook his head. Yu Delong looked at his master without batting an eyelid. Song Dongming said, "Then let's part ways here." HSU Fengnian clasped his hands and said goodbye. He took Yu Delong back to the Fu family's caravan. Xu Fengnian suddenly remembered the incident recorded in the Northern Liang spy report. Song Dongming, who had been chosen by Yuan Bengxi long ago, had passed the imperial examinations and passed the minor examinations. First, he had passed the imperial examinations. Before he had even reached the age of 20, he had passed the imperial examinations. Even the young emperor was shocked by this person's extensive knowledge and almost wanted to grant him a marriage. Unexpectedly, this person had immediately married a woman of low status when he returned home. His major examinations were only one rank lower than the top scholar, but his minor examinations were so small that it was regrettable. It was a pity that such a distinguished person was unwilling to marry a woman from the Zhao family who was of equal status. After that, Song Dongming quickly lost his wife and had no children. After so many years, he did not marry or remarry. He did not even have a concubine. He spent most of his time traveling the north and south of the Yangtze River. The spy report vaguely mentioned that the death of Song Dongming's wife was not normal. The Song family of Deer Town was a powerful family, and Song Dongming was a talented person who had the potential to enter the imperial court as a minister. Who would dare to act so crazily? The number of people in Liang could be counted with two hands. HSU Fengnian, who had walked far away, could not help but look back. He had once passed by Lu Xuan of Xiangfan City. This time, he should not miss him again. HSU Fengnian whistled and slowly raised his hand. Not long after, a handsome white falcon quickly landed on his arm. Over there, Song Dongming and his servant continued to walk with difficulty in the sandstorm of Maozong Mountain. The servant walked beside his teacher and lifted the gauze mask that covered his mouth to cover the yellow sand. He said loudly, "Teacher, This Shuqi should be from a tall family in Beiliang, right? Song Dongming smiled and said, "Your words are even more difficult to pronounce than mine." The servant laughed and quickly turned his head to spit out the yellow sand. "Teacher, when can we meet the young king if we are wandering around like this? Didn't you say that Beiliang still needs a good assistant minister to strategize?" "Teacher, you have the strategy of 10 wins and 10 losses in your heart," Song Dongming said calmly. "It depends on fate. Also, I still have to see if Hsu Fengnian is the wise ruler in my heart." The servant had a bitter expression and said, "Teacher, even if he can carry out his ambitions, what will happen to the dear Song family? The Yu family, whose eldest grandson Yu Luandao went to Beiliang to join the army, is a lesson learned from the past." Song Dongming shook his head and said, "Today is different from the past. West Chu has been reinstated. If the court suppresses the Song family, they will have to pay the price of causing unrest in the Central Plains. Also, Song Dongming has been a pawn of Great Peace City for a long time. It does not matter where he lands. Maybe Teacher Yuan will be happy to see this happen." The servant sighed like an old man. Song Dongming looked forward with a determined gaze. "Teacher Yuan, you said that you have to be willing to give up. You have to give up something to gain something. Therefore, you are forcing me to make a choice." But how could Song Dongming not know this shallow truth? "It is just that I am not willing to exchange what you think is a small sacrifice for the position of Prime Minister. I, Song Dongming, have always been an idiot. Just like how I do not know if good people really have good karma, but I am willing to believe. Just like how people do not believe that Hsu Fengnian in Beiliang can defend the northwest, but I am willing to believe." As Song Dongming walked, his eyes became wet. His lips trembled slightly. He was almost silently humming a little song that the woman who had died young often sang. "East, west, north, south, north, east, west, I only wish to accompany without parting. This life, the next life, the next life, this life, who can meet again?" Chapter 1180. When Hsu Fengnian and Yu Delong returned to the Fu family's caravan, they naturally did not receive any good treatment. Hsu Fengnian apologized to Feng Qianxiang, who took advantage of the situation and did not press the matter. As an experienced Jianghu veteran, he knew that when one was outside, having more familiar faces meant having more options. If someone asked for help today, they might have to ask for help tomorrow. The caravan continued to move forward. After passing through the Horsemang Mountain, they followed a winding river that had been dried up for many years. Yu Delong held a handful of green needlegrass and karagana in his hands. From time to time, he would put them into his mouth and chew out the pitiful juice. After becoming his disciple, his master did not teach him any unique martial arts. He only taught him 7 types of breathing methods, 6 types of breathing, and 1 type of breathing. His master had jokingly said that if he practiced diligently according to this stupid method, once he reached the stage of perfection, it would be equivalent to practicing martial arts in his sleep. Perhaps one day, he would be able to produce thunder with his breath. Yu Delong did as he was told. After all, there was nothing for this child to do other than breathing in and out in the same way. Hsu Fengnian rode on horseback. Occasionally, he would pay attention to Yu Delong's breathing, but most of the time, he was mentally wandering. Other than the group of spies from the Fish Dragon Gang, there was also the great guest Hong Yuan who had followed him from the great snow plateau of Mount Hui to the northern Liang. Recently, the master of the heavy sword cave, Mi Fengjie, who was not well known in Jianghu, had taken the position of consecrator. Fan Xiaochai was also hiding in the dark to protect Liu Nerong. She was already known as the most powerful and wealthy woman in Jianghu in northern Liang. Of course, Xu Fengnian was the one who actually spent money to buy land and mansions. Hsu Fengnian even took out more than 10 boxes of secret martial arts manuals from the Tide Listening Pavilion and gave them to the Fish Dragon Gang. Although they were all second-rate and third-rate manuals, they were enough to make Jianghu people fight for a place in the Fish Dragon Gang. Now, the Fish Dragon Gang really had both face and power. No one dared to say that the 10th most powerful gang in the world was just a motley crew. Hsu Fengnian did not expect these slippery Jianghu people who cherished their lives and reputation to work for Beiliang, but once the war started, Beiliang needed a stable backyard. The Fish Dragon Gang had already reached 2,000 people. At the very least, they could ensure that Lingju, this granary, was as stable as a rock. If the Fish Dragon Gang was just icing on the cake, then the Fu family had been providing timely assistance to Beiliang for 20 years. The family that Fu Zhenxing belonged to was led by his father's generation of 7. They led their clansmen and trusted aides to silently travel through the 3 prefectures of Beiliang. A few years ago, they had even traveled to the western region. With the strength of the family, they managed to find 80% of the mines in northern Liang. However, the old and young members of the Fu family were puzzled. Why did the northern Liang government only record these mines and send soldiers to seal off the mountains and not mine them when it was clearly not difficult to open the mountains? Fu Zhenxing's father had personally found a huge iron mine that could produce 600,000 catties of iron in a year. The Liang dynasty's iron harvest during the last years of Yonghui dynasty was only 6,500,000 catties. Fu Zhenxing's father also helped Beiliang find a mercury source in Gangquan County that had a total annual income of 1,600 catties. This was almost 30% of the entire Liang dynasty. Other than that, there were also the 3 major mines that produced copper in Beiliang. They were Qingshui Mine, Baoxing Mine, and Jiannan Mine. Without exception, the Fu family was responsible for their appearance. Why did Xu Xiao personally go to Old Master Fu's morning hall to pay his respects? This was the reason. When Liang and Mang went to war in the future, what they competed in wasn't just the number of soldiers in the border army, but also the strength of northern Mang and the resilience of northern Liang. Once they clashed, both sides were well aware that no one could do the magnificent feat of smashing the other to death with a single hammer strike. The key was to see who had accumulated enough resources and could stall for the longest time. Although Beiliang's salt and iron official camps seemed to be controlled by those local tyrannical generals, Li Yishan had long ago proposed that the benefits of the mountains and lakes are easily exhausted. Therefore, he had simply closed the mountains and sealed the mines. He had never reported it to the imperial court. Instead, he used the local officials to fill their own pockets as a smokescreen. The local officials had been purchasing relevant materials from outside of Beiliang for many years without hesitation. However, the method was very secretive, and it was only a small business that accumulated over time, so it would not attract too much attention. Even if some knowledgeable people in the imperial court noticed some clues, it would not be appropriate for them to denounce them. This was because it was not only Beiliang's Dao Mountain that was high and the emperor was far away. Beiliang's Yuju and Lingju bordering Beiliang, except for Jiyu Jiantang's former generals who were in charge of the military power, the local officials had also been infiltrated. In the past 10 years, which of those officials had not become rich when they became an official? When they left office, they had both a good reputation and a lot of money. Moreover, this kind of thing that was beneficial to the people in their jurisdiction was something that everyone was doing. The law could not punish the majority. Could it be that the imperial court was going to throw the hat of treason on them? When the butcher Xu Xiao was still alive, which of the civil and military officials in the imperial court dared to do so? The horse caravan slowly moved forward against the wind and sand. Hsu Fengnian bit his lips. Xu Xiao definitely did not leave his son a mess in Beiliang. Instead, it was a Beiliang with powerful armors. Hsu Fengnian glanced sideways and saw Fu Zhenxing turn his horse around and gallop over to him. Fu Zhenxing then rode side by side with him. Hsu Fengnian looked at this young face that did not have any worldly wisdom and felt guilty. After Fu Zhenxing's father found the gold mine west of Fengxiang town, he stayed in the same place and continued to explore. He sent his confidant back to Beiliang to report the good news. In the end, he died at the hands of a group of horse bandits who were roaming around. Other than Fu Zhenxing's father, there were 16 other members of the Fu family who died in battle. Their bodies had not been found yet. As for Fu Zhenxing, a member of Lingju who was a burden to the family, he was once beaten up by a group of local hedonistic sons after he saw injustice on the road. However, the Fu family did not complain to Beiliang because of this. The spies of the Whispering Chamber who were dormant in Lingju had strict rules. They would not stand up for the eldest son of the third branch of the Fu family because of this. The wind and sand were raging. Fu Zhenxing had no choice but to say loudly, "Young Master Shu, we are still 90 miles away from Qingcang City. We plan to travel through the night and finish this part of the journey in one go. I hope that young Master Shu can hold on for a while." Hsu Fengnian nodded without hesitation and said with a smile, "As a guest, I will follow the host's wishes. This time, my disciple and I have to thank Mr. Fu for taking care of us on the way to Qingcang City. I hope that in the future, I will have the opportunity to treat you to a drink." When Fu Zhenxing heard the term Mr., he was obviously stunned. This was a well-deserved honorific and there was almost no need for it between people of the same age. Moreover, Fu Zhenxing did not have any hopes of becoming an official in this life and did not have any extravagant hopes of going to the battlefield to obtain military merits. He only wanted to continue his father's unfulfilled wish and continue to travel through the mountains and rivers of Beiliang. He originally thought that in his entire life, no one would call him Mr. For a moment, he blushed, and a sincere smile appeared on his face. It was just that it was too difficult for him, Fu Zhenxing, who had never been in the officialdom before, to make small talk with a fellow who was practically a stranger. However, when Fu Zhenxing looked at that person's expression, for some reason, he seemed to feel a very unfamiliar sincerity. This kind of expression was not seen on the faces of the people of Lingju who were united and xenophobic. Those people only looked down on the people of the Fu family who had no power and no money. They only looked down on them with ridicule and pity. Hsu Fengnian said, "To the west of Qingcang City are Linyao Cai Anshan and Fengxiang Malioka. These two local tyrants have both submitted to the Liuju provincial governor's manor. In name, one has become the mayor of Linyao City and the other has become the deputy general of Liuju. In reality, they are both under the strict surveillance of the Beiliang army and do not dare to cause trouble. Your trip to Fengxiang this time should be much safer than you imagined." Of course, Fu Zhenxing did not think that there would be close to 1,000 cavalry secretly protecting his group. At this moment, he did not dare to let his guard down. However, it was not good to reject the goodwill of the other party, so he just smiled. Chapter 1181. After a moment of silence, Fu Zhenxing suddenly asked, "Pardon me for asking, but young Master Shu's qi is strong, so you must be someone who practices martial arts. I wonder if you practice the blade or the sword?" Hsu Fengnian smiled. "At first, I practiced the blade, then I practiced the sword." Fu Zhenxing probably felt that this young master with a noble identity was biting off more than he could chew, so he didn't know how to continue the conversation. After a while, he could only say, "I have practiced the blade since I was young, but I have never been able to reach a higher level. When we return to Lingju in the future, if we can meet again, we can learn from each other." Yu Delong secretly bared his teeth. He thought to himself that this fellow was really powerful, wanting to learn from his master. Hsu Fengnian made a sound of acknowledgement, then asked with a smile, "Why don't I see you carrying a blade?" Fu Zhenxing laughed, "I'm used to using a cold blade, but Beiliang doesn't allow people to carry cold blades when they go out, so I could only find a normal short blade and stuff it in my bag." After that, Fu Zhenxing really couldn't find anything to say, so he continued to lead the group of horses through the night. Late at night, the group of horses finally arrived outside Qingcang City. Fu Zhenxing once again rode his horse to Hsu Fengnian's side, saying, "Young Master Shu, we won't be entering the city, so we'll part ways here." Hsu Fengnian cupped his fists, "Have a safe journey." Fu Zhenxing was a little worried. The city is closed at night. How will young Master Shu enter the city? Although there are elite cavalry patrolling the area around Qingcang City, this place of refugees has only been under Beiliang's control for a few days, and we really don't have enough manpower on our side. Hsu Fengnian directly smiled and said, "It's fine, I have a proper way to enter the city." Fu Zhenxing couldn't help but be speechless, and had a higher opinion of this person. It must be known that Beiliang's border military law was extremely strict, and it wasn't something that the soldiers in Lingju could compare to. Since that was the case, Fu Zhenxing didn't waste any more words and bid each other farewell. Not long after the caravan circled around Qingcang City, they heard an unusual sound of horse hooves. Not only was Fu Zhenxing worried, he sat high on his horse and looked around nervously. He even pulled out his dagger. Even Zhao Jiabao and Feng Qianxiang had serious expressions on their faces. This was especially so when an expert in the caravan heard that there were no less than 30 horses. This made the Fu clan's caravan feel as if they were facing a great enemy. In the refugee lands where lives were valued like grass, anyone who could ride a horse in the past was an extremely difficult person to deal with. Their ability to fight on horseback was not inferior to the elite cavalry of the Beiliang frontier army. Although there were more than 100 people in the Fu clan's caravan, and Zhao Jiabao and Feng Qianxiang were also martial arts experts, if they really fought with their lives on the line, how could there be no deaths? They were even more afraid of getting into trouble and being targeted by a large group of mounted bandits. It was hard to say how many of them would be able to make it to the military town of Fengxiong alive. However, one of the Fu clan's cavalrymen, who had temporarily acted as a scout, hurried back. He couldn't hide the joy on his face and said loudly, "Young master, it's a dragon elephant cavalry, one of our own in Beiliang." Everyone felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders, and they all looked at each other and smiled. The Longxiong army, personally led by the young prince, was the iron cavalry of the Beiliang cavalry. Last year, when they attacked the military towns in Beimang's Gusai prefecture, it was like a strong man bullying a young lady. The dragon elephant cavalry stopped 100 paces away, and only one cavalryman, who looked like the dragon elephant cavalry, continued forward. Moreover, he dismounted from his horse and walked forward quickly. This action made the Fu clan's caravan feel confused. Even if this famous dragon elephant cavalry was patrolling outside the city at night, they wouldn't need to be treated so seriously when they saw that their status was similar to that of commoners, right? Although Fu Zhenxing, Zhao Jiabao, and Feng Qianxiang didn't understand the situation, they hurriedly dismounted to welcome them. That sturdy armored dragon elephant cavalry not only had a new type of Beiliang sword at his waist, he also had an additional one in his hand. He asked the three leaders of the Fu clan in a deep voice, "Who is young master Fu Zhenxing?" Fu Zhenxing respectfully replied, "I am." That dragon elephant cavalry's face had a sinister scar that covered his entire face. For the first time, he squeezed out a smile and walked forward with large steps. He handed the sword to Fu Zhenxing with both hands and said, "Our king." The dragon elephant cavalry quickly swallowed the second word that he almost blurted out and said, "Our young master said that in order to thank you for escorting him this time, he wants to give this sword to young master Fu." Fu Zhenxing took the new cold sword that even many surplus generals in Lingju had only heard of but never seen. That dragon elephant cavalry grinned and said, "Our young master wants you to be at ease with this sword. It's hard to say when you return to Lingju, but as long as you are in Liuju, no one will dare to say anything about it." Fu Zhenxing was stunned on the spot. That dragon elephant cavalry mistakenly thought that this kid was timid and was afraid that his words would not have any effect. He was worried that if he went somewhere else and was caught red-handed, he would not be able to bear the consequences. He was famous in the Longxiong army for having a violent temper and almost flipped out. However, he quickly suppressed it and tried his best to maintain a pleasant expression. But in reality, Zhao Jiabao and Feng Qianxiang could already feel a strong murderous aura, not to mention Fu Zhenxing, who was facing this dragon elephant cavalry. He almost thought that this dragon elephant cavalry would turn hostile and kill him. Behind them, there were more than 30 solemn and cold elite cavalry. Under the moonlight, even if the Fu family's cavalry had the confidence to deal with an equal number of horse bandits, they did not have the slightest confidence that they could escape from the charge of 30 cavalry. After that dragon elephant cavalry gave the sword, he turned around and left. He muttered to himself as if he was saying that the one surnamed Fu was too long-winded. Following that, Fu Zhenxing and the others could not hear him clearly. After that dragon elephant cavalry mounted his horse, the cavalry of dragon elephant cavalry instantly disappeared. He came and went like the wind. Zhao Jiabao looked at Feng Qianxiang and asked softly, "Brother Qianxiang, doesn't he look a bit like the deputy general of the Longxiong army, Scarface Wang Lingbao?" The corner of Feng Qianxiang's mouth twitched as he laughed dryly. "That's impossible." After mounting the horse, Fu Zhenxing hung his Beiliang saber and laughed. "How is that possible?" "Uncle Zhao, Uncle Feng, let's go." Zhao Jiabao laughed self-deprecatingly and said, "That's right. If it's really the legendary Wang Lingbao who once killed 17 generals of the spring and autumn period, then he's famous for his bad temper. We won't be able to deal with him with one hand." In the distance, on the walls of Qingcang City, the marksman walked up to Hsu Fengnian. He lowered his head and cupped his fists, reporting to Your Highness, the saber has been delivered. I have already mobilized 800 riders to follow behind you, and more will be added along the way. Not to mention the death of a single person or even a single horse, Your Highness, you can twist Wang Lingbao's head off and use it as a urinal. Hsu Fengnian nodded and muttered to himself, it can be said that other than you, the Fu clan is also the reason why Beiliang has the capital to fight to the death with Beimang. Wang Lingbao raised his head and looked at the back of this figure. He wasn't always standing there like he was in his later years. However, Wang Lingbao clearly remembered that when the great general was in his prime, as long as he stood there, he would be able to support both heaven and earth. Wang Lingbao rubbed his face hard. Hsu Fengnian turned around and asked with a smile, Deputy Wang, if I remember correctly, you joined the Beiliang army when you were 14 years old. Did you join the army first? You've been fighting for almost 30 years, haven't you? Wang Lingbao panicked and his face turned red. He stiffened his neck and said, Your Highness, I'm not old. It's only 30 years of war, I haven't fought enough. Hsu Fengnian glared at him. Wang Lingbao immediately shrunk his neck. Mother *K, this prince was the one who had killed Wang Xianji. It wouldn't be embarrassing for him to admit defeat, right? Hsu Fengnian couldn't help but laugh. You're one of the people in Liuju who know about the movements of that army. In order to cover for them, I'll give you a battle to fight. How about it? Wang Lingbao subconsciously rubbed his hands and asked, Is this battle big? Hsu Fengnian said, Our spies have confirmed that Ma Liuke, the shepherd of Fengxiang City, has not given up on his evil intentions and has been flirting with Beimang. Wang Lingbao became anxious and cursed out of habit. That dog Ma Liuke, with his several thousand small soldiers, it's not even enough to fill the stomachs of any officer under my command. Hsu Fengnian smiled. Are you going or not? Wang Lingbao wiped his mouth and a bloody silly smile appeared on his face. He laughed. Go, why wouldn't I go? A mosquito's leg is still meat, it's a waste not to eat it. Hsu Fengnian waved his hand. Wang Lingbao ran down the city walls. He turned his head and looked at the back of that figure. He felt that the great general was standing there again. Chapter 1182. The stars hung over the plains. Yu Delong sat on the city wall and looked up at the stars in the sky. His mind wavered and he could not get enough of it. This child's good fortune was enough to make all the direct disciples of the top Jianghu sects jealous. He had 30% of Wang Xianji's gift and could receive guidance from Hsu Fengnian. Yu Delong pulled back his gaze and heard his master say, In July, the fire flows, in September, the clothes are bestowed. Hsu Fengnian looked at the large Mars that was falling west at a strange speed this year and smiled slightly. The imperial astronomer of Great Peace City had Huazheng who were responsible for keeping an eye on the large Mars. They were all old men, but this year, 2 of them had been demoted in succession because they could not give a reason. In the case of Jingdo's white clothes, the large Mars that was falling west at a strange speed could be considered the main culprit. When a dynasty was prosperous, there would be auspicious signs. When a country was about to fall into chaos, there would be bad omens. The imperial astronomer, who had replaced a youth as Huazheng, had not had a moment of rest this year. Xu Fengnian turned his head to look at the northern lands outside the city. The Liang imperial court could be considered the dynasty with the widest territory since the Great Qin dynasty. Moreover, with Xu Xiao and Zhao Bing, the king of Yankai, overseeing the border, the prestige of the House of Zhao had reached the peak of the various dynasties. In the imperial court of Great Peace City, famous officials gathered in the same hall. Many times, Xu Fengnian wanted to personally ask the emperor of the House of Zhao one question. Other than the flaw of not having the authority of the husband, what else was he not satisfied with? Hsu Fengnian unconsciously looked in the direction of Greaton City to the east. He thought of Bai Yang who had worked hard for the Zhao family. This old scholar's present days were not very good. Most importantly, this Grand Secretary's future days would be even worse. This time, using the opportunity of West Chu's restoration of the country, his actions of suppressing military force and removing vassals had completely touched 2 of the people's reverse scales. It was hard to say whether the heavens would be angry, but it was certain that people would be angry. The vassals and vassals of the imperial family, including the Prince of Guangling, were destined to harbor hatred in their hearts. Adding on the group of vassals of the Zhao family of Greaton City who had accumulated hatred for a long time, as well as the dukes and marquises who had been ordered not to leave their territories, there was no one in the world with the surname Zhao who had a good impression of him. Forcing all the generals to lead their troops to the outskirts of Guangling for training, Jiyu Zhentang had almost completely offended all the valiant generals. Hsu Fengnian sighed. Wu Wudi and Wang Xianzhi are both dead. You, Wen Wudi, just had to follow Lu Shu's plan of reform at this time. Do you really think you will have a good ending? Do you really think you are standing on the side of the emperor? Hsu Fengnian did not rejoice in his misfortune. Although Zhongju Lu was Beiliang's mortal enemy, in this world, there were always a few people who could win the sincere respect of their enemies. Xu Xiao was one of them. The Empress of Beimang, Jiyu Zhentang, the old king of Jing'an, and Zhao Heng. These opponents who should hate Xu Xiao the most had never insulted Xu Xiao in their lives. Hsu Fengnian sighed softly and said to Yu Delong that they were leaving. The child jumped down the city wall. Before Hsu Fengnian entered the city, he had already learned from Wang Lingbao that the two people he was going to meet this time were coincidentally not in Qingcang City. His younger brother, Xu Longxiang, had only brought 80 riders to the border north of Linyao military town to chase after a group of horse bandits that were said to be 1,000 men strong. Chen Shiliang, on the other hand, was somewhere outside the city recruiting soldiers and buying horses for the Yuju border army. For the past 2 months, he had been sleeping outside the city almost every night. Hsu Fengnian and Yu Delong came to the mansion of the provincial governor of Liuzhu, which had taken over the Dragon King's mansion. The mansion was brightly lit. Almost all the officials sitting behind desks and dealing with government affairs were young faces. Half of these outstanding talents who had been specially promoted were scholars who had gone through heavy screening, and the other half were descendants of the nobles of the former 3 provinces of Beiliang. When Hsu Fengnian entered a small government office that was used to manage grain and fodder, he happened to see the provincial governor, Yang Guangdo, holding a weasel hairbrush upside down and fiercely knocking an official's head. He cursed the official's 18 generations of ancestors without leaving a single one behind. That young man, who looked like a grain officer based on his official robes, was blushing. Being insulted by the provincial governor in front of his colleagues, his rank was worlds apart. Naturally, he did not dare to retort. Feeling wronged, the handsome man, who was 7 feet tall, actually broke down in tears. Provincial Governor Yang still did not go over. Huffing and puffing, he handed the brush back to the young man. His hand that was stained with ink carelessly wiped the other party's official robes. With a cold snort, he said, "I'll come again tomorrow morning. If it's still a mess, your grandfather is Wei Taishan. I can't afford to offend him, and I can't demote you either. However, I can still do such a trivial thing as sending you to that shabby ceremonial room near the latrine. Wei Tonghe, your official robes are dirty. You don't even need to wash them. In any case, you'll most likely have to change them tomorrow." The young man's face was pale. He clenched his teeth. Although his voice was still choked with sobs, there was no longer any fear in his eyes. It was as if a broken jar was smashed to pieces. He said, "Provincial Governor, Linyao military town has 3 counties under its jurisdiction. It has only been established for such a short period of time. This lowly official, along with 3 colleagues and 6 subordinates, only sleeps for 6 hours a day. Although there are indeed some mistakes in the recording of the 4th grade farmland in Linyao, this is already the limit of this lowly official's abilities. If provincial governor feels that this lowly official is unworthy of this position and feels that this lowly official is relying on the merits of my ancestors to eat and drink here, then there is no need to find excuses to make things difficult for me." Yang Guangdo blew on his beard and glared. After a moment of hesitation, he laughed coldly and said, "Kid, you have some backbone. Then don't talk nonsense and scram. Our Liuzhou's ceremonial room is the most important government office. It is in charge of advising and educating. This official reckons that those refugees would love to listen to your eldest young master Wei Tonghe's lessons. Perhaps next year, There will be a basket of talented Zhuangyuan. Being mocked like this, Wei Tongha's tears fell like rain. His grandfather, Wei Taizhan, was a veteran who had retired from the position of deputy commander of the cavalry. Moreover, it had only been a few years since he had taken off his armor. Furthermore, He Zhonghu, who had taken over Wei Tieshan's position, had always regarded the former as an elder brother and respected him greatly. Wei Tongha's father, Wei Jinshui, had also become a fourth-grade general in the border army and was greatly trusted by He Zhonghu. Wei Tongha was different from many of his younger brothers who rested on the merits of their fathers. He did not like to fight, but rather to study. Moreover, he was full of hot-bloodedness. He had heard that Beiliang's newly established Liuju was in urgent need of officials. He had practically hidden his identity from his family and came to this place as a refugee. Furthermore, he had never let his colleagues know of his identity. However, Wei Tongha's temperament was gentle and soft. He really did not seem like an elder in his family. If Wei Taizhan had been reprimanded by the old Prince Liang like this, even if he did not dare to scold back, he would not make a sound. However, he would definitely not be so aggrieved that his face would be covered in tears. Wei Tongha had no way out of this embarrassing situation. He could only go to the ceremonial room to do odd jobs in the yamen. He raised his arm to wipe away his tears and did not forget to bow to the people in the room. Just as he lowered his head and was about to walk out of the yamen, a person standing at the door pressed down on his shoulder. Wei Tongha raised his head and saw an unfamiliar face with a warm smile. This uninvited guest laughed softly and said, "The provincial governor is trying to provoke you. Why don't you appreciate it? Wei Tongha, don't you know that your grandfather and provincial governor Yang have been drinking buddies for many years? Would he really be willing to throw you into the ceremonial room? If he really dares to do so, your grandfather will chase after the provincial governor and beat him." Wei Tongha's face was filled with astonishment. He asked in a daze, "You are?" Yang Guangdou, who had been exposed, rolled his eyes and said, "Idiot, why aren't you kneeling when you see the prince?" Chapter 1183. Upon hearing the two words prince, the eyes of all the young people in the room who had accompanied Yu Tongha to be scolded burned with reverence. They immediately wanted to kneel. Hsu Fengnian waved his hand and said, forget it. All of you sit down and continue to deal with government affairs. Liuju has 3 towns and 8 counties. There are many things waiting to be done. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Once you get through this wave, practice makes perfect. In the future, it will be much easier. When the time comes, even if the provincial governor wants to scold you, he won't be able to find an excuse. During this period of time, it has indeed been hard on all of you. In a moment, this king will send a few jars of wine to all the yamen. The ceremonial hall will send more. According to the provincial governor's words, by the latrines, the smell of wine has to be suppressed by the smell of urine. The atmosphere in the room immediately became much more relaxed. Smiles appeared on the faces of the young officials. Yu Tongha couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He was standing alone in front of the Prince of Northern Liang. It would be fine if he didn't know Shu Fengnian's identity. However, after the provincial governor revealed Shu Fengnian's secret, he immediately felt an invisible majestic aura. This wasn't to say that Shu Fengnian's aura was overbearing, but Yu Tongha, the weak scholar, was just scaring himself. Hsu Fengnian's reign as Beiliang's Prince of His Royal Highness had been filled with twists and turns. First, he was cursed countless times. Later, he turned the world upside down. Even the great general of Huaihua, Zhong Hongwu, was easily suppressed. After inheriting the title of Prince of Beiliang, he performed one magnificent feat after another. He refused an imperial edict, vigorously reorganized the Beiliang army, killed Wang Xianji, patrolled the border, and established Liuju. How could Yu Tongha not tremble in fear? In fact, ordinary officials would be treading on thin ice when facing a vassal king, no matter how notorious his reputation was. However, the deeds of the king of Beiliang, for Wei Tongha, who had spent most of his time studying behind closed windows, did not have a deep understanding. What truly made him feel admiration for Hsu Fengnian was a small matter that concerned himself. When Liuju was established, Li Yang seemed to be somewhat hesitant about what to do about this rebellious act that had not been reviewed by the central court. They were not sure whether or not they should issue an edict to reprimand Liu Ju. The developments that followed made the people of Beiliang laugh out loud. For example, the salary of Liuzhou's provincial governor, Yang Guangdou, was actually only a bit lower than that of the Grand Secretary. Every month, he received 300 strings of coins. As for Wei Tonghe, who was just a minor official in Liuzhou, he received 15 strings of coins and 50 bundles of firewood. He even received 5 bolts of spring silk and winter silk that only high-ranking officials in Liyang were given. The court's generous treatment of Liuzhou's officials was simply to the point of no return. Yu Tonghe did not think that if it were any other vassal king, they would be able to make the Liang imperial court obediently bleed so much. Even the king of Yangkai and the king of Guangling could not do it. Hsu Fengnian did not stay for long. He walked out of the room with Yang Guangdou. As a high-ranking official in the border region, this old man was clearly in an extremely good mood. He laughed softly and said, "Governor Chen's plan is flawless. I have underestimated him in the past. It is a waste of his talent to only be the governor of Qingcang City. As the provincial governor, it is only right for me to give up my position. There are less than 200,000 refugees, and the number of people who took the initiative to join the army in Yu and Liang provinces is still less than 10,000. In the beginning, I was helpless against this. I could not let the Longxiong army put a knife to the refugees' necks and force them to go to the border. However, Chen Shiliang used a plan that had immediate results. For every refugee family, as long as one person joined the army, they would be able to obtain farmland in Lingju and become a citizen of Beiliang. This was in accordance with Xu Beiji's plan in Lingju. Those rich gentry who were afraid of death all sold their ancestral land. Now, there was a lot of empty land in Lingju. With this, Liu Ju could send at least 40,000 soldiers to the Beiliang border, a total of 40,000 soldiers who were willing to fight to the death for their wives, children, and brothers behind them. Your Highness, don't you think that Chen Shiliang being a marshal-grade city magistrate is not worthy of his contributions? Hsu Fengnian only knew that the number of people joining the army in Liuzhu would increase, but he did not receive any detailed intelligence reports. When he heard the large number of 40,000, he was also quite shocked. It had to be known that the battle in Guangling Road seemed to be turning the sky and earth upside down. Everyone in the world stretched their necks to watch, and everyone in the court was talking about this matter. However, the number of people that actually entered the battlefield was only around 100,000. However, Chen Shiliang alone quietly brought 40,000 soldiers to Beiliang who could mount a horse and fight. Also, don't forget, how could the 40,000 soldiers of the Beiliang army be compared to the 40,000 soldiers of Yang Shunqing's army? Once, there was a busybody who commented on the combative strength of the armies in various places in Liyang, and the result was widely spread. Perhaps that person was purposely roasting the army of Beiliang on the fire, as he said that one of Beiliang's cavalry could match 2 of Liyang's goblin cavalry, and one of Beiliang's infantry could match 3 of Liyang's elite infantry. However, Yang Wanwan, who never boasted, did say in private that after West Chu's kingdom was restored, if Yang Shunqing's 40,000 soldiers of southern Ji were exchanged with his 20,000 infantry, they would be able to take over the Baiao military town in one fell swoop. Naturally, they would not suffer a great defeat after that. Hsu Fengnian said helplessly, refugees who move to Ling province can obtain a household registration. Chen Shiliang did not inform Mount Qing Liang beforehand. Hsu Fengnian smiled and said, Provincial Governor, are you covering for Chen Shiliang? Are you afraid that I'll punish him for both crimes? Yang Guangdou burst out into laughter and did not try to hide his thoughts. He said bluntly, that's right. Chen Shiliang came from a humble background, but he truly cares about the people. This is something that even a simple and honest descendant of a noble family like Wei Tonghe could never achieve. Your Highness, you can't let such a good seedling die prematurely. To be frank, if you really want to use Chen Shiliang to establish your authority in Liu province, I won't be able to stop you. But after that, I'll definitely bring him into the provincial governor's mansion and treat him like a precious treasure. Hsu Fengnian said frankly, at the beginning, I was planning to give Chen Shiliang fair rewards and punishments, but on the way to Qingcang City, I met a descendant of the Deersong clan. Just like you, he has a very high evaluation of Chen Shiliang, so I gave up on that idea. Moreover, I've discovered one point. In Wutongin, my second sister is leading the charge, and with the help of the old group of strategists and advisors, it's already very difficult for them to deal with ordinary government affairs in Beiliang. If a war really does break out, I reckon that even if I sit behind my desk 24 hours a day, I still won't be able to deal with it. Right now, Mount Qingliang is only dealing with some of the old habits of Beiliang's underworld. They can still proceed step by step according to the rules. Once this war breaks out, I'll definitely have to go to the border. When the time comes, I'll have a headache. Yang Guangdou said in a low voice, Your Highness, are you saying that Mount Qingliang lacks a Li Yishan who has the vision and strategy to control the overall situation? HSU Fengnian nodded. Yang Guangdou sighed ruefully. This kind of person can be said to only appear once in 100 years, or even once in a few decades. Even if there is one, it would be in the Great Peace City's Zhao clan. How could it be our Beiliang's turn? Just like the 100 or so scholars rushing to Liu Ju and the local gentry descendants of Beiliang, there are more than 200 of them. But in my opinion, the best material, that is, someone with Wei Tongha's level of temperament and talent, needs to be polished. Without a dozen years of work, how could he be able to take charge of an area? Being an official is the easiest thing in the world. But to put it bluntly, even being a corrupt official requires talent, much less a capable official who can safely rule over an area. Now, I hope that a few of those scholars from outside the country can quickly emerge. They can't be simple pieces of unpolished jade, but beautiful jade that can be used immediately. Chen Shiliang and Xu Beiji are of course very good, but they are still too young. Li Yishan and Nailan Yusi, who is of the same rank as him, are also gradually influenced by the smoke of war. Furthermore, no matter if it is Chen Shiliang or Xu Beiji, they all have a fatal flaw that their own abilities cannot change. HSU Fengnian said softly, a reputation that is publicly acknowledged by the people of the world. Yang Guangdou's face was weary as he said, The way of the world is so cold and fickle. The dogs of the rich and powerful surpass the eminent scholars of the poor, especially before the spring and autumn period. No matter how ambitious and ruthless you are, as long as you don't have a family background, it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens to accomplish anything. Right now, it is only slightly better. Perhaps it will gradually improve in the future, but our Beiliang cannot wait. HSU Fengnian muttered to himself, Looks like we have to hurry. Yang Guangdou was very experienced. He lowered his voice and asked with a face full of surprise, Do you have someone to choose? HSU Fengnian smiled bitterly and said, For this kind of matter, it is not useless even if both sides are in love. Nothing has been set in stone yet. It will depend on my luck. Yang Guangdou touched on a sore spot and said with a playful smile, There are rumors that Lu Shu of Shangfan City was once ignored by the king. HSU Fengnian did not deny it and said self-mockingly, I don't know who is the blind one. Yang Guangdou dismissed it with a smile and suddenly asked, I heard that the guy from Shangyin Academy has come out of seclusion and has gone to Great Peace City. HSU Fengnian's face was slightly gloomy. He nodded and said, They have started to slay the dragon. Yang Guangdou smiled coldly and said, The hound is cooked after the rabbit is killed. It is better to kill the deer. Chapter 1184. That night, HSU Fengnian, led by Yang Guangdou, visited all the yamens in the Liuju provincial governor's mansion. He saw scenes of people burning the midnight oil, young faces that were far from being mature, and a large number of elite soldiers entering and leaving this heavily guarded mansion. It made one feel that this place was radiating with an unusually lively atmosphere. HSU Fengnian and Provincial Governor Yang did not disturb the officials in the yamen dealing with political affairs most of the time. They walked around casually and commented on the deployment of troops in Beimang. The new king of the south, Dong Zhuo, was nominally in charge of power. Although he had Empress Murong's support, he might not be able to completely reorganize the troops of the south in a short period of time. The spring and autumn annals had brought the perfect etiquette and culture of the Central Plains to the south, adding wings to a tiger. At the same time, they had also brought many bad habits that Beimang did not have. The atmosphere of luxury was even more extravagant than that of Beiliang. Don't look at the fact that when Beiliang heard that there was going to be a war, 3 or 4 of the tycoons in Lingju would leave Beimang. It was human nature to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Moreover, the confrontation between the north and the south in Beimang was deeply rooted and had always been sharp. The rich people of the south were so active that they had to rely on the influential people of the Great Prairie in the north. This had unknowingly increased the arrogance of the north and weakened the already weak authority of the south. Dong Zhuo, the fat man, would probably lose a few pounds of weight. Hsu Fengnian and Yang Guangdou chatted about whatever they thought of. Unknowingly, it was already dawn. Yang Guangdou, a third-rank border official, had to hold a meeting every morning and evening. Today, Hsu Fengnian, dressed in casual clothes, took the opportunity to participate in the meeting. He did not sit on the main seat. The position of Liu Province was still empty. Hsu Fengnian sat in this seat. The important subordinates of the other provinces were all present. These seats were not for just anyone to sit in. None of the people present were still young and naive. They were all high-ranking officials who had been evaluated in the old 3 provinces of Yuliangling. Most of them were in their 40s or 50s. Although they were not as sharp as the young people, they were familiar with government affairs. They could first ensure that there would not be any major mistakes in the newly established Liu province. These 7 or 8 4th-rank and 5th-rank officials had never seen the young vassal king before. It was no wonder that they were ignorant and ill-informed. After all, before they were promoted, their ranks were not high, and they were all civil officials. In the past, they had never had the opportunity to enter the prince's mansion on Mount Qing Liang to pay a visit to Great General Xu Xiao and His Royal Highness Hsu Fengnian. In this world where information was blocked and the venerables were taboo, the vast majority of the common people of Beiliang probably still did not know the name of the new Prince Liang. In Beiliang, the people who could truly be said to be known by both women and children were people whose names could be reported. In the past 10 years, there was no need to mention Xu Xiao. After that, there was Chen Zhibao and Chu Lushan. Yuan Zuozong's reputation could be compared to Yang Wenwan, Zhong Hongwu, and other old generals. In addition, there was the most talented person in Beiliang, Xu Weixiong, and the recently deceased daughter-in-law of the Xu family, Wang Chudong. Hsu Fengnian looked at the officials in front of him who had puffy eyes but were forcing themselves to sit upright. They were old and naturally had less energy. There was a lot of work to be done in Liuju, and they had become officials under the eyes of the old fox Yang Guangdou. In addition, the entire Beiliang officialdom was staring at them. This group of old people really woke up earlier than chickens and went to bed later than dogs. Hsu Fengnian listened to everyone's slightly trembling reports. He did not make any comments about their government affairs. Instead, he joked, "Most of you have worked hard for an entire night. Don't treat your buttocks unfairly. Relax and sit. Do whatever is comfortable. Just boldly lean against the back of the chair. Our Beiliang does not follow the customs of the Liang officialdom. We do not pay attention to having half of our buttocks outside the chair when facing a superior official." Yang Guangdou kicked off his boots and sat cross-legged on the chair. He laughed and said, "I have been dragged by the prince for an entire night. My old legs are sore." In any case, with the provincial governor acting as a bird out of the forest, the other officials immediately relaxed. Although they did not dare to be as unrestrained as Yang Guangdou, they still dared to press their buttocks firmly against the back of the chair. A few of them let out a long sigh of relief. Hsu Fengnian smiled and continued to say, "In the past, when Liu Yuanji, Wei Taizhan, and the other old generals went to Qingliang Mountain to pay their New Year's greetings, they met with Xu Xiao. You all have not seen it, especially when they competed in drinking. They were no different from ruffians in the marketplace. This king also feels that there is nothing wrong with this. In the future, this king will often come to Qingcang City to ask for money. Everyone, don't be so reserved. That's right, Jianxue Liu, this king wants to stand up for you. More than 1,000 monks will enter flow state, and they all need to go through your hands. This is a very important matter, but the temporary reception room seems like everyone is being raised by a stepmother. Who was it that pushed you to a place near the latrine? Tell me, I'll scold him for you. Liu Zhen, the head of the Liuju Classics division, was stunned for a moment. His eyes subconsciously glanced at his two colleagues, but he did not dare to make a sound. In Liuju, his position as a scholar was almost equivalent to an empty title. He did not have much real power. If any family had the misfortune of following him, they would have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. There was no way for him to be compared to the Jianxue Liu, who held power in their hands. In terms of fighting for territory, he would not be able to win against them. Up until now, he had not been able to find the Jianxue Liu who was supposed to be his partner in managing the affairs of a province. There was nothing he could do. Who would be willing to hold a sage's book and deal with refugees? The two officials who were glanced at by Liu Zhen immediately became restless. The young king in front of them, who seemed to be amiable to everyone, was the Lord of Beiliang, who could easily deal with Zhong Hongwu. He had even tamed Yang Wenwan and the other generals of the border army. The restructuring of the Beiliang army had been smooth from beginning to end. In addition, when Xu Beiji had jumped 7 or 8 ranks to become the governor of Lingzhou, he had taken over the position that Li Gongda was unwilling to move from. He had even directly allowed the 3 Lingzhou generals to escort him. Who would dare to say no? If they were targeted by such a shrewd king, it would be hard to say whether or not they would be able to walk out of Liuzhu alive. HSU Fengyan smiled slightly and said, "Soldier Wang, Officer Huang, the two of you are sweating a lot. The sun is not out yet, but you are already feeling hot. If you are not feeling well and are not acclimatized to Liuzhu, while this king is in the governor's manor, if you want to ask for leave, there is no need for the governor to agree. This king will allow it. I heard that the two of you are in-laws. If you have a companion when you return to Lingzhou, you won't be afraid of being lonely." Chapter 1185. Wang Xiuqing and Huang Yuqing immediately began to sweat profusely. They left their chairs and knelt on the ground. Yang Guangdou, who was sitting cross-legged, smiled as he watched this scene. He did not help the two officials in their hour of need, nor did he say anything bad about them. HSU Fengyan stopped smiling. He rested his elbow on the edge of the chair and calmly said, "One is in charge of commanding the troops stationed in Liuzhu. The other is in charge of monitoring the officials in Liuzhu. Both of them are important positions in Liuzhu. The two of you together, not including the calligraphy and paintings, gave Li Gongda a total of 68,000 taels of silver. Only then did you get the letter of recommendation. However, this king had already looked through your resumes and checked your past achievements. You were very good, so he agreed. What, are you so worried about the money that you are in such a hurry to plunder the land in Liuzhu? Why don't the two of you make your move a little later? It seems like your skills as an official are not perfect enough." Wang Xiuqing, the Fufeng County Commandant Yu Wanqing and Wenhui County Magistrate Li Zhaoshou, as well as the two people you promoted, Wu Xiaoxian and Hong Poshu, received a total of 6,000 taels of silver. Is this king wrong? HSU Fengyan's finger gently tapped on the edge of the chair. The chair was made of the highest quality yellow rosewood. It was a valuable item left behind by the previous owner of Qingcang City. It made people envious. HSU Fengyan did not speak. Wang Xiuqing, who was tall and strong, did not look like a civil official. He was about to speak when his in-law, Huang Yuqing, secretly pulled on his sleeve. In the end, the two officials who had neglected their duties in Liuzhu did not say anything to defend themselves. HSU Fengyan saw a tall and sturdy general walk into the courtyard. He stood outside the door with his hand on his sword. It was Liuzhu's Qingcang Army Commandant, Wei Chengshi. He and the Commandant of Linyao Army Commandant were both from the Longxiong Army. HSU Fengyan stood up and said, "This king has told Governor Yang that he will be in charge of all government affairs in Liu Province. If you have anything to say, you can tell it to Governor Yang." HSU Fengyan walked out of the house and followed Wei Cheng and a group of elite retainers out of the city. They were going to meet Chen Shiliang at a place 40 miles away from the city. Yang Guangdou coughed and put down his feet, stepping on the boots that had just been delivered from Lingzhou's Golden Weave Bureau. He said, Sir Huang, please rise. The law is based on human feelings. There are many things that need to be done in Liuzhu. With such a huge mess, I am unable to find anyone that will not hinder the great cause of Beiliang. Even if you all redeem yourselves by doing good deeds, I will help you all speak to His Highness. However, while His Highness is in the Azure continent, it's best that you don't show your faces." Wang Xiuqing stood up, his expression heavy. Huang Yuqing stood up unsteadily and wiped the sweat from his forehead as if he had lost his parents. Even if the provincial governor had given them leeway, they had left a bad impression in the prince's mind. Did they really think that they could make up for their mistakes with merit? Huang Yuqing was not so childish, but he was still grateful for Yang Guangdou's consolation. He bowed deeply with his hands clasped in front. As he bowed and lowered his head, he caught a glimpse of his in-law, Wang Xiuqing, who was still standing there in a daze. He did not want to add fuel to the fire, so he pretended not to see anything. Yang Guangdou smiled and looked at the unconvinced soldier. He did not get angry. He put on his boots and stepped on the ground. He smiled and said, "Sir Wang, do you think that I am playing the villain in front of His Highness?" The unyielding Wang Xiuqing indeed thought so. However, he did not expect Governor Yang to be so direct. He was startled and his gloomy face lightened a bit. Yang Guangdou waved his hand and laughed. "Then you are underestimating this official too much, and underestimating His Highness even more. This official does not have His Highness's ability. I cannot find out how much money you have given out, nor can I find out how much money you have accepted. In fact, everyone here is well aware that Liu Province is a barren land, and being an official here is a hard job. But no matter how little money there is, to be able to sit on a yellow rosewood chair in this room, your official rank is solid. Even the imperial court has recognized you, and all of us have received the official documents from the capital. This official has also received the title of Governor Yang Guangdou. As for me, I am very busy. There are many things that I do not want to be complicated. Think about it. Yu Wanqing, Li Zhaoshou, Wu Xiaoxian, and Hong Poshu. These 4 people, I have heard of them. They are similar to the 2 of you. Their family background is not great. They must have worked hard to become an official." Speaking to this point, Yang Guangdou rubbed his chin and could not help but laugh. Of the 4, this official is most familiar with Li Zhaoshou. A month ago, I even chatted with him. This person is indeed full of knowledge. What is funny is that at that time, the Weaving Bureau had just sent over the official robes and had not yet sent over the boots. This kid was wearing a brand new robe and a pair of broken shoes. When we were chatting, he would occasionally touch the soft patch on his chest as if he was touching the face of a beautiful young lady. It made him very happy. At that time, this official was thinking that he did not want to be a county magistrate in Lingju and came to Liuju to be a county magistrate. He was promoted but lost money. This kind of person is still a true scholar. In his heart, he still has the strength of a scholar. Yang Guangdou looked at Wang Xiuqing and laughed softly. "I know what you are thinking. I am just helping people get an official position because I like their character and knowledge. I have more money in my purse, and I have also found talents for Beiliang. This is a good thing for both sides. What right do you, King of Beiliang, have to not let it go?" "Wang Xiuqing, is this what you are thinking?" Wang Xiuqing was honest and unyielding. She said in a low voice, "That's right." Yang Guangdou shook his head and said, "You are wrong. Whether it is you, or even me, the primary 3rd-rank provincial governor of Liuju, we cannot escape the problem of not being in a position and not being in a position. For example, I do not have many people at my disposal and am unable to make ends meet. According to the law, you should be stripped of your official status and be sent back to Lingju. However, I still have to clean up your mess. This is how I, Yang Guangdou, only consider the gains and losses of Liuju. However, if every soldier and official in Beiliang is like you too and does not need to follow the rules, as time passes, the mud and sand will fall together. This Beiliang's officialdom will be in complete chaos. That is why what I said before is not entirely correct. You have to talk about human feelings, but if you talk about human feelings too much, it will not be a long-term plan. Look at Lingzhou's officialdom. You bunch of pitiful fellows who have not been able to make a name for yourselves in the past 20 years. You must know this better than me. Ask yourselves, will Liu Ju become the second Lingju? We are about to go to war. Us officials who do not even need to wave flags and shout battle cries should not let the prince worry about this so early. When we destroy Baymang, everyone here will be in a favorable position. Everyone can go to Baymang and get a provincial governor to satisfy their cravings. At that time, we will be greedy for some money. I do not believe that the king of Bailiang will be so calculative with us. Wang Xiuqing cracked open her lips into a smile. Many of the officials present could not help but laugh. Liu Zhen joked, then us old bones should live a few more years. Otherwise, no matter how big the official status is, it will have nothing to do with us. Yang Guangdou pointed at the youngest official in charge of Liuzhou's financial records. Qin Tianxia, you're only in your early 40s. You're the one who has the most advantage. When the quarterly salary is distributed, treat us to a meal. That person scratched his head and said with a bitter face, it is not that this official is unwilling to part with the salary. It is just that there is a lioness at home. If I do not send the salary back to Yuzhou, she will definitely think that this official is picking wild flowers in Liuzhou. At that time, she will definitely punish me to death. Provincial governor, please do a good deed and let official Zhu, who has the most money in our family, treat us. This fellow will not be interested in the salary. A fat middle-aged official cursed, Qin Tianxia, F** King Bulsh * T. Yesterday, you even told me that you had secretly saved up more than 40 taels of money for drinks. The entire hall burst into laughter. It was joyous. When Hsu Fengnian saw Chen Shiliang, he almost did not recognize him. This poor scholar who originally looked like a weak scholar had tanned skin and lost more than 10 catties. Chapter 1186. Chen Shiliang did not wear the fourth-rank official robes of Qingcang City. He did not even wear the scholar's clothing. He looked no different from a poor refugee. From head to toe, the only thing that could be brought out was the pair of abnormally sturdy wolf skin boots on his feet. When Hsu Fengnian personally saw this person who looked even more like a refugee than a refugee, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, Chen Shiliang had more than 10 white horses protecting him. For better or for worse, this scholar who was at the heart of the struggle in Bailiang gained back some face. At this moment, Chen Shiliang was standing at the entrance of a village. He was leading a large group of workers to build a windmill and dig a well. The village just happened to be located in a low-lying area with spring water. It was a small oasis that was rarely seen in Liu province. Normally speaking, a place like this that occupied a water source was a place that many factions would fight over. When there was water, it often meant that there would be endless bloodshed. The 100 or so villagers of this village all squatted in the distance to join in on the fun. Some men chewed on steel-like pancakes, while others looked at the white horse righteous followers with a mixture of desire and awe. After dismounting, they still carried blades and crossbows, and their armor was bright. Before Liu province became part of Bailiang's territory, before the elite soldiers of the border army became crossbowmen, they would come here to kill people, using the heads of the refugees as capital to advance. Occasionally, a small group of cavalry would be surrounded and killed by large groups of mounted bandits. The blades and armor on the cavalry had always been the things that the leaders of the refugees could show off. With horses and blades, if they could also wear armor, then they could be the boss of bosses in the land of the refugees. That was why when these white horse righteous followers appeared out of nowhere, not only did it make the villagers envious, it also made them tremble with fear. However, the young man in the lead was said to be a Bailiang official with a frighteningly high official hat. What was strange was that when he entered the village, he did not violate the women, nor did he steal money or food. He only said a bunch of things, making it so that the villagers would not believe him even if they were beaten to death. Was there such a good thing in the world? As long as one person from each family joined the army, they would be registered as a good citizen in Lingzhou, and they would even be able to farm. Also, whether they joined the army at the border or within Lingzhou, they could choose as they pleased. The only difference was that the soldiers of the border army received a lot more pay than the soldiers of Lingzhou. Originally, no one was willing to pay attention to him, but later on, it was said that this young official had stubbornly defended Qingcang City against 10,000 strong mounted bandits. It was said that he had caused the deaths of many of the king of Bailiang's personal troops. and Anne was to be brought back to Liangju to be executed in public too. 2222222. When the villagers saw another group of horses galloping over, they stopped outside the village. A young man who looked even more handsome than a woman gradually approached. Beside him was a small child that looked like charcoal. Behind him was a tall and sturdy man who looked like a general. His attire was really King eye-piercing. TSK, no matter what, he should be a general that could lead several hundred soldiers. Some of the brats who were born and raised in the village were not afraid of anything. They wanted to go around half a circle to take a good look, but in the end, they were chased far away by their elders. However, there were some strong women who could knock down men from Jiangnan with one hand. Their eyes were shining. Oh, what a handsome little brother. Who knows which family's woman has the good fortune to enjoy him? Their men didn't care about this. They kept cursing and swearing, and the women also dared to talk back. The bolder ones even smacked their thick lips, wishing they could swallow that little brother with a pair of phoenix eyes into their stomachs. Soon, all of the villagers were scared out of their wits. Their scalps were numb. When the white horse righteous Tsong saw the young man, he knelt down on one knee. With one hand on the ground and the other on his blade, he said in a deep voice, "We pay our respects to the prince." When the white horse righteous Tsong knelt down, the officials in charge of digging the well in Liuju also knelt down. They were even more reverent than the solemn white horse righteous Tsong. In this period of time, first, there were many bald monks who worked hard in Liuju, begging for alms and preaching. Later, there were also young immortals from Wudong Mountain who came here to travel. They all said that the young vassal king was either the reincarnation of a bodhisattva or the descent of Zhenwu. Hsu Fengnian said softly and stood up. He then walked towards Chen Shiliang. The dozen or so white horse righteous Tsong naturally followed behind the king of Beiliang. They separated the Azure commandant's retinue without leaving a trace. Wei Cheng Chen rubbed his nose. He was a little embarrassed, but he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. During the Battle of Azure City, there was a great disparity in military strength. Although the defending side always had an innate advantage, the city walls of Azure City were not tall and sturdy. The thousands of soldiers of Azure City had already lost their morale. If it were not for the white horse righteous Tsong who led the charge, Azure City would have already been massacred by the 10,000 elite horse bandits several times. Every time there was a hole in the city's defense, a group of silver-armored soldiers would take the lead and desperately resist the tide of attacks. Although they died, they did not retreat. It was these white horse righteous Tsong who said that their lives were worth the lives of 100 people of Azure City, and it was their willingness to die that caused the old subordinates of the Azure Dragon King Manor to have the heart to fight to the death. The desperation of Qingtsang City's attack and defense could be seen from one detail. Every white horse righteous follower who died would die without a complete corpse because they were hated to the bones by the horse bandits. After the Dragon Elephant Army rushed to the rescue and the horse bandits retreated after hearing the news, Qingtsang City could only collect the corpses and pile up almost empty coffins. When Chen Shiliang saw Hsu Fengnian, there was some guilt on his face. He wanted to say something, but hesitated. Hsu Fengnian patted his shoulder and then sat down on the mouth of the well. Raising his head, he said with a smile, "Do you want to return to the prince's mansion and be an aide without any rank, or do you want to be the second-in-command in Liuju? It's up to you." Chen Shiliang casually squatted on the edge of the well. This was very different from the reserved etiquette he had in the past on Mount Qingliang. He said softly, "Although I'm still very afraid of personally seeing people die, I've always wanted to go to Mount Qingliang to talk about strategy on paper. Even if I can't be a rich and idle person there, at least I won't have to worry about anything. But now, I feel that if I just pat my butt and leave, I'll be a deserter." Back then, in Azure City, not a single one of the prince's white horse righteous Tsong retreated. The several thousand armored soldiers of Azure City did not retreat, and even the refugees in the city did not retreat. "If I leave now, it won't be right?" Hsu Fengnian asked. "Then you agree to be Liuzhou's aide?" Provincial Governor Yang also has the same intention. He values you very much. With the two of you as partners in Liuju, I'll be at ease. Chen Shiliang shook his head and said, "Aid is the most important aid of a province. If it was Lingju, where Beiliang's backyard is far away from the battlefield, I'm confident that I can still manage it. But Liuzhou's current appointment system is inclined towards people who can be both civil and martial. I think I'll pass. I'll focus on being the governor of Azure City first. In any case, as long as I think of something, I'll tell the provincial governor frankly. I don't need an aide. HSU Fengnian did not make things difficult for him. He nodded and said, as you wish. In any case, when the time comes and you feel that you want to be a high-ranking official, you can go to Yang Guang and ask for his official hat. You don't need to inform Mount Qingliang. Azure officer Wei Cheng stood nearby. When he heard this conversation, his heart was in turmoil. Where in the world could he find such an easygoing vassal king? How could he casually choose his official hat? It could be seen that the rumors about the king of Beiliang wanting to deal with Chen Shiliang were all nonsense. Wei Cheng had long heard of the two popular figures of Mount Qingliang, Xu Beiji and Chen Shiliang. Within Beiliang, Xu Beiji's achievements and ability far surpassed Chen Shiliang's. His governance of Lingju was both firm and soft. It was said that he was about to overpower the head of the civil officials, the administrator, Li Gongda. However, Wei Cheng still thought more highly of Chen Shiliang. There was no reason to speak of. Just based on this scholar, he was able to defend Azure City to the death. Moreover, he really managed to defend it. Chen Shiliang suddenly said, "Has your highness been to the cenotaph?" HSU Fengnian said, "I just entered the city last night. I wanted to go with you to offer wine." Chapter 1187. Chen Shiliang nodded and stood up. He waved his hand and called the head of the workshop to come over and whispered the relevant matters to him. At this time, a tall and strong young man walked out of the group of odd job workers and walked towards them. Soon, he was stopped by two white horse riders. The cold sword in his hand was half an inch away from the scabbard, and his killing intent was very strong. Xu Fengnian glanced at the youth and realized that he was actually an acquaintance of his. Back then, he had entered the land of the refugees by himself and encountered a lot of twists and turns outside the village outside of Azure Sky City. The refugees were so greedy that they forgot about their lives and wanted to rob horses and carry swords to make a fortune. This youth who was proficient in spear techniques was one of them. He had the unique aura of a refugee. If Xu Fengnian remembered correctly, this youth had a little sister who was as thin as a matchstick. It was because of her that Xu Fengnian didn't kill them and even gave the siblings a bag of broken silver. HSU Fengnian said, "Let him come over." The young man, who was hot-blooded and wanted to go forward, was already very scared when he met the white horse riders. He had always remembered the superb martial arts of the handsome ranger. He was grateful that the ranger did not kill him and gave him the silver. Now that the silver had been pierced by the young man, he put it on a rope and hung it around his sister's neck. His sister liked it very much. When the young man learned that this person was the prince who controlled the life and death of all the refugees, he did not think too much. He was afraid that he would never see him again, so he wanted to thank him personally. The young man was embarrassed and uneasy, his footsteps were a bit erratic. When he finally walked 5 or 6 steps away from the young prince, his mind was blank. He did not know what to say. His face was red, and he did not even know where to put his hands. HSU Fengnian softly smiled and said, "What is your name? I remember that you have a younger sister who is braver than you." The young man finally came back to his senses. He swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, replying to the prince, "This one is called Liu Su. My sister is called Liu Yu." HSU Fengnian joked, "You even know how to report back." The young man secretly pinched his waist, and his mind finally cleared up a little. He smiled shyly and said, "I learned it from the workers. When they talk to the city overseer, they all say the same thing." Chen Shiliang smiled and explained to HSU Fengnian, "Liu Yu wanted to go to the border and join the army. I saw that he was too young, so I didn't agree. However, this youth is quite strong, so I allowed him to do some work for the Yamen and earn some money to make ends meet. His hands and feet are nimble, and he is also smart. He can already recognize more than 100 words. Every day, when he is free, he will use a branch to write on the ground. In fact, This youth and his sister originally only had surnames and no names. They were just casual nicknames. Liu Yu and Liu Yu were actually given by him. Hsu Fengnian looked at the youth and asked with a smile, "You went to the border to join the army. If you die, what will happen to your sister? Why didn't you join the Lingju army? At least you don't have to fight on the battlefield." The youth replied with a serious face, "The official in charge of recording said that we get a lot of money from the border army and we get money quickly. As long as we go, not only will we get a large amount of money, we will also get a piece of land in Lingju. Then again, didn't they say that one of our Beiliang soldiers could fight 3 or 4 of their northern barbarians? I might not die if I go to the border. If I can use my spear to kill a few northern barbarians and become a sergeant or something, then my sister won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life. She might even have her dowry." The youth seemed to have remembered something and quickly said, "Reporting to your highness." Hsu Fengnian laughed loudly. After thinking about it, he said, "All right, I will allow you to join the army in Yuju. Your spear techniques are not bad, I have experienced it before. Once you learn how to ride a horse, I will have Huangfu promote you to be a sergeant. I will help you and your sister find a good family in Lingju to live in." The youth bargained, "Your Highness, my sister still has to be surnamed Liu, is that all right?" Hsu Fengnian nodded and then joked, "Why don't you change your surname to Shu? How about it? I can promote you to a sergeant right now." The eyes of the Azure Sky Academy's Wei Cheng and his entourage turned green. What the F***ck? This was a huge meat pie that had fallen from the heavens. Although it wasn't as popular as it was during the spring and autumn period, to be bestowed a surname by an emperor or a vassal was still a great honor for these heroes. Great General Xu Xiao had been in the military for over 40 years and the number of times he had been bestowed surnames could be counted on one hand. Spear Immortal junior brother Xu Yanbing was one of them. However, he did not expect that the youth would be stunned for a moment before shaking his head and saying, "I haven't killed the northern barbarians yet, how can I be a sergeant? Also, if my parents knew that my sister and I changed our surnames, they would beat me to death in my dreams." Wei Cheng almost wanted to hang this brat up and beat him up. If your parents knew that you rejected the king of Beiliang's good intentions, they would really beat you to death in your dreams. Hsu Fengnian smiled and said, "That's fine. Anyway, after you go to Yuju, go find a general called Huangfu Shi and tell him that I told you to join the army." The youth timidly asked, "Aren't we going to Liangju? I heard that the soldiers there get better pay and the land they get is better." Hsu Fengnian did not know whether to laugh or cry and said, "Liangju is about to start a war. Your spear techniques are not bad, but you haven't familiarized yourself with battle formations. No matter how good your skills are, you won't be able to fight against the northern barbarians' charge." The youth seemed to understand and made a no sound. Those villagers who had heard that the king of Beiliang was coming personally returned. They watched with great interest as this extremely daring child spoke in front of the prince. They were somewhat envious. How much luck did this kid have in his previous life to be able to speak with the prince? How high was the prince's official position? In any case, they all knew that the entire Beiliang was his property. Of course, this prince was not old at all. After that, Hsu Fengnian and Chen Shiliang went to the graves 10 li south of Qingcang City. The cenotaphs of the White Horse Righteous Tsong who had died in battle were located in the oasis. Hsu Fengnian's disciple, Yu Delong, and several of his retainers all carried a large bag of green ant wine. Hsu Fengnian and Chen Shiliang went to the graves one by one to offer wine. Chen Shiliang's expression was solemn. Every time he saw a cenotaph, he would tell Hsu Fengnian when and where the White Horse Righteous Tsong had died in the cenotaph. After the ceremony, Hsu Fengnian felt that something was missing. Suddenly, a rider came to report that 2 strangers had broken into this place. They said that they wanted to use water instead of wine to offer a sacrifice to the heroic spirit. Hsu Fengnian led his horse forward and saw Song Dongming, who had arrived half a day later than him in Qingcang City. This man, one of the hidden figures of Li Yang, saw Hsu Fengnian's entourage, especially Wei Chengxi's bright armor. How could Song Dongming not guess this young man's background? He bowed slightly, raised his head, and said with a smile, "The prince does not treat people with sincerity." Hsu Fengnian smiled and did not deny it. He said apologetically, "I hope Sir Song will forgive me." Song Dongming glanced at the young scholar beside Hsu Fengnian and withdrew his gaze. He said straightforwardly, "The prince does not seem to be a wise lord worthy of the people's loyalty." Without another word, Wei Chengshe pulled out his Beiliang sword and wanted to cut off the head of this bastard who spoke without thinking. Hsu Fengnian raised his hand and stopped the hot-tempered Qingcang commandant behind him. He asked with a smile, "What do you mean by that?" Song Dongming was not afraid at all. He calmly said, "There are more than 1,000 poems in the frontier fortress of Liang. Among them, half of the line 'Why should I die in battle' is the best. In my opinion, this is just a line of nonsense that a scholar can talk without feeling any pain. Therefore, Song Dongming has a question for the king of Beiliang." Hsu Fengnian said calmly, "Please ask." Song Dongming looked around and sneered, "Dare I ask, in the attack and defense of Qingcang City, no less than 3,000 soldiers of Beiliang died. Why is it that only the white horse of the king of Beiliang has a cenotaph and occupies this oasis?" Hsu Fengnian was silent. Chen Shiliang's eyes suddenly lit up. Song Dongming continued with a mocking tone, "The butcher Xu Xiao has 10,000 snow dragon cavalry. The second son Xu Longxiang has 30,000 Longxiong army. The protector of Beiliang, Chu Lushan, has a personal army. Yuan Zuozong and Yang Wenwan also have personal armies. These soldiers are naturally brave and unrivaled. They are also willing to fight for Beiliang. But then what? Beiliang invades the south with only 70 to 80,000 people. You can even say that with only 300,000 Beiliang soldiers, you can win? Or perhaps, King of Beiliang, you think that this is a situation of certain death. As long as you have the heart to die, you have a clear conscience of Beiliang?" Hsu Fengnian was still not angry. He asked back, "What does Mr. Song want to teach me?" Song Dongming asked, "Since Beiliang is destined to face the million cavalry of Beimang alone, let's not talk about victory or defeat. We must make sure that everyone dies a worthy death. Does the king of Beiliang agree?" Hsu Fengnian nodded. "Of course." Song Dongming said in a clear voice, "Then I ask the king of Beiliang to find a place within our borders to make it a hero's grave. Erect 300,000 tombstones." Song Dongming then stared at Hsu Fengnian. He squeezed out each word through gritted teeth. "One person dies. One name is recorded." Hsu Fengnian said, "Good, the back of Mount Qingliang can be used as a grave." Song Dongming asked again, "Among the 300,000, is there a tombstone for you, Hsu Fengnian?" Hsu Fengnian said without hesitation, "Yes, there is. First, write down the name Hsu Fengnian of Beiliang, just like all the other Beiliang soldiers. Now, just record the time and place of birth. After death, add the time and place of death." Song Dongming looked into Hsu Fengnian's eyes. After a long time, he bowed solemnly and said in a low voice, "Song Dongming is willing to be a subject of Beiliang. I am willing to give advice to the king of Beiliang." Hsu Fengnian smiled. "Good." When Song Dongming straightened his back and raised his head, Hsu Fengnian walked to the side of this Deersong disciple. The two stood side by side. Hsu Fengnian lowered his voice and said softly, "I know that deep down in your heart, you don't want to be an official, but so what?" Song Dongming also said softly, "The king of Beiliang is wrong. To be an official in Beiliang is to be an official in the mortal world, not an official in the heavens." Hsu Fengnian was non-committal. Is it enough to be the temporary deputy commissioner of Beiliang's Taoist secretariat, overseeing Mount Qingliang? Song Dongming nodded. It's enough. In the autumn of the first year of Xiangfu, Song Dongming of the Deersong clan became an official in Beiliang. Chapter 1188. They were not in a hurry to return to Qingcang City. Hsu Fengnian, Song Dongming, and Chen Shiliang sat by a stream. Hsu Fengnian did not hide anything from the newly appointed deputy administrator. He told him a lot of Beiliang's plans. For example, Wang Lingbao led the troops to the Phoenix Regiment to kill the capricious Ma Liuke in order to clear a path for Cao Wei's 10,000 light cavalry. It could even be said that the temporary expansion of the Longxiong army before the war was also to ambush these 10,000 cavalry. The main force of the Phoenix Regiment was a secret deal between Beiliang and the Six-Pearl Bodhisattva of Mount Lantuor. After listening, Song Dongming did not talk about the details. Instead, he picked up some stones and placed them on the ground. He muttered to himself, "Currently, there are 3 battlefields. Chu Lushan is in charge of the main battlefront north of Liangju. The pass, military town, and Wubao Relay Road are all perfect. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are impregnable. To the north of Yuju, Beiliang has a natural advantage. It is easy to defend but difficult to attack. It is unlikely that Beiliang will attack Yuju in the early stages. However, Liuju is vast and has very few ups and downs. The terrain is like a flat plain, which is good for cavalry. We don't have any big cities or towns to rely on. Beiliang has the advantage in terms of overall military strength. They don't need to use schemes to mobilize their troops. If they choose this route to go south, they will bypass Yuliang and Liangju. The only thing they need to guard against is that their supply line will be cut off by the Shu family's cavalry stationed in the northwest of Liangju. This will test the sneak attack and counterattack skills of both sides. HSU Fengyan glanced at Chen Shiliang. The latter slowly said, if Beiliang wants to successfully go south into Shu, regardless of whether Beiliang set up Liuju as a refugee land, they will try to open a gap here. Otherwise, even if they have 1,000,000 troops, they will not be able to afford to attack the defense line in the north of Yuliang. After all, our Beiliang army, whether cavalry or infantry, are very good at fighting. Moreover, the cavalry can defend the city if they dismount, but they can also take the initiative to attack if they mount. This is the real headache for Beimang. General has long built large granaries and arsenals in the most important cities and fortresses on the front lines to prepare for a long war. Chen Shiliang paused and smiled, but in fact, our Beiliang army has never thought that only defending the city is the best strategy. This point has been passed down from General and Li Yishan to Yang Wenwan, Chu Lushan, Yuan Zhuozong, and all the other young generals. They have all come to a clear consensus. Therefore, Beiliang has been practicing martial arts for many years and has always strived for both offense and defense. Beimang chose to start the war now because of the general's death. In addition, Beiliang has to send a portion of its forces to the plains of Liuju in order to absorb the refugees. First, Beimang's Western Front faction finally feels that there is an opportunity. Second, they can't afford to drag it out. If the Liang Imperial Court evolves the power of the Central Plains into fighting forces at the front lines, the power of the two countries will only grow stronger and weaker. Beimang will have even less of a chance to fight. It can be said that choosing Liuju as the location of the war is the entry point that Beimang thinks it can benefit from. It is also a very proactive choice by Beiliang. This is not because Beiliang is arrogant, but because they are confident. Especially confident that our cavalry will fight at their doorstep. Song Dongming smiled knowingly and nodded. Beiliang's military is actually like a well-cultivated field, waiting for the harvest. As the deputy administrator who has not yet received his official robe, I will not add feet to a snake. Compared to Beiliang, Beimang can be said to be a big family with a lot of resources. However, it is inevitable that there will be storms in a house with many branches. I heard that Empress Murong, in order to not have to worry about the future, wants to start a massacre of the Yelu family, the old masters of the grasslands. Many of the masters of the grasslands who are not willing to go down south to attack Beiliang have become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Why don't we add oil to the fire and randomly choose one of the Yelu descendants to spread the news that Beiliang is willing to recognize him as the ruler of Beimang and not the usurping Empress Murong? This kind of thing will definitely not be able to hurt Beimang, but it will be able to annoy them a little. In the end, it is a good thing. Song Dongming stopped here and smiled. Beiliang most likely has a backup plan for this, right? HSU Fengyan smiled and nodded. Song Dongming continued, as for the specific war plans, Song Dongming will not interrupt. Beiliang is an expert in war, and they have many generals who are familiar with military matters. When professionals do things, I, as an outsider, will just watch the show. However, Although Beimang's million-strong army seems aggressive, the ones who can really fight with their lives on the line are Dongzhu's nearly 100,000 soldiers, Hong Jingyan's Ruran cavalry, Yang Yuanzhan, Liu Gui, and a few other veteran generals. However, most of them are not elite soldiers. When the time comes, under the premise that we do not affect the overall situation, we will be able to wipe out one of Beimang's mediocre but sufficient soldiers in one go. Beimang is not a monolithic entity to begin with. Otherwise, the masters of the grasslands in Beiting would not have withdrawn at this time. They have always disagreed on whether to attack Beiliang on the western front or Jiyu Jiantang on the eastern front. If we cut them slowly, there might be a pleasant surprise. Of course, this is just a casual suggestion from Song Dongming. HSU Fengnian, who had been silent this entire time, finally spoke. This has always been a small link in Chu Lushan's interconnected plans. Song Dongming happily laughed. Just a small link. Haha, I finally know why everyone is so afraid of that infamous Lu Qiu'er. It's no wonder that the great king of the southern courtyard, Dong Zhuo, suffered a great loss at the hands of our protector general. Song Dongming narrowed his eyes and threw a stone into the stream, causing a ripple. On the imperial court side, there are some things that I can do. Regarding the grain, salt, and iron, I have a plan that can make the imperial court completely relent. HSU Fengnian smiled. Oh. The imperial court has always wanted to make oxen pull carriages while not letting oxen eat grass. They're extremely stingy. Even now, the half of the grain that they've relented with great difficulty still hasn't been shipped to Beiliang's Lingju docks. If West Chu hadn't given them a warning at the start of the restoration of the country, this batch of grain probably wouldn't have left Xiangfan City for 100 years. Song Dongming said calmly, "It's very simple. We of Beiliang sent a letter to the capital and asked to send 10,000 soldiers to quell the problem. The kings of the border have the responsibility to guard the border and also quell the problem for the country. It's perfectly justifiable. The imperial court has suffered 2 major defeats in a row. Yang Shunxing's Ji-Nan infantry have been caught like turtles in a jar. Yang Zhenchuan has sacrificed his life for the country and all his soldiers have died in battle. Isn't this telling the imperial court that West Chu is difficult to deal with? We of Beiliang have always been good at gnawing at hard bones. The other kings of Beiliang can't do anything. If 10,000 isn't enough, how about 30,000? Chen Shiliang smiled slightly. It looks like the Ministry of War of Great Peace City is going to be a mess. Earlier, it was HSU Fengnian who had asked Song Dongming if a second-rank official's hat was enough. Now, Song Dongming's mocking "is it enough?" was really returning the favor. HSU Fengnian smiled. The imperial court will hate you to death. I have to let experts protect you, the deputy administrator. Otherwise, Zhao Gou's death soldiers will definitely come to take your head. Song Dongming did not smile at all. His eyes were firm as he said softly, "If the Zhao family doesn't even have this much courage, how can they rule the world? Do they really think that Beiliang will exchange the death of 300,000 soldiers for their peace? It's true that all the land under the heavens belongs to the king. But since Beiliang is also the Liyang territory, are the millions of Beiliang not citizens of the Zhao family? There's no such absurd logic in the world." Chen Shiliang sighed. He was convinced by this. For some reason, compared to Xu Beiji who betrayed Beimang, Chen Shiliang felt closer to Song Dongming. Chapter 1189. At this moment, a person fell into the stream. On the shore, Yu Delong shook his wrist, his face full of disdain. Seeing his master turn his head, Yu Delong explained loudly, "Master, don't blame me. This kid asked me to hit him. He just said that he could knock me down with one finger even if he stood still. He also said that there were only a few masters in Beiliang. He said that he was a 3rd-level master and that he hadn't met a single master since he came to Beiliang." Yu Delong glanced at the drenched chicken in the stream and said disdainfully, "What 3rd-level master? He made me use half of my strength to throw that punch. If I had known that he was so weak, I would have been merciful." Wei Yicheng secretly gave the child a thumbs up. Yu Delong responded with a silly smile. Song Dongming ignored the aggrieved and shocked page boy and asked with a smile, "Your Highness, I heard that you took in 3 disciples. Which one is it?" Hsu Fengnian said somewhat helplessly, the youngest one is the eldest disciple. He's the most worrisome. That's why I brought him with me. Otherwise, in the future, Jianghu will have another big devil who does things without scruples. A rider from the Longxiong army galloped over. After dismounting, he said, reporting to Your Highness, General Shu and his 90 men have arrived at the Killing Dragon Hill 10 miles away. Hsu Fengnian stood up and said with a smile, Chen Shiliang, you accompany Mr. Song back to Qingcang City first. I'll go see my brother. Chen Shiliang asked, what about these White Horse righteous followers? Hsu Fengnian said with a smile, do you think it's the two of you who need protection, or me? Chen Shiliang smiled slightly and said no more. One of the White Horse righteous followers hesitated for a moment, then gathered his courage and said, Your Highness. Hsu Fengnian was somewhat puzzled, but he calmly said, if you have something to say, just say it. The White Horse took a deep breath. There was still a childishness on his young face that had not been completely blown away by the wind and sand of the frontier fortress. He lowered his eyes slightly and said softly, Qi Huayang is the one who died in the children's alley in Qingcang City. At that time, I was seriously injured and was sitting against the wall waiting for death. It was he who blocked a dozen machetes from the horse gang for me. He didn't leave any words before he died. But I feel that I should help him tell the prince that he, Qi Huayang, does not regret joining the White Horse militia. His eyes were clear as he smiled and asked, Your Highness, when will the war begin? I want to join the vanguard battalion. Hsu Fengnian retorted, Qi Huayang died in battle. If you, Ding Xian, also died, how many people would remember him? The White Horse righteous follower whose name was called bit his lips and smiled brightly. In the future, I will be buried with many generals at the back of Mount Qingliang. I'm not afraid that people will forget. Ding Xian scratched his head and said, I'm not afraid to be laughed at by the prince. Because of Qi Huayang, I was saved from the pile of corpses in Qingcang City. Even now, I'm still very afraid of death. It's just that Ding Xian's whole family followed the general to Beiliang and has already treated this place as their home. My grandfather said that even if he were to die, he would die in Beiliang. This is the root of our Ding family. My eldest brother is also an official, and my younger brothers are all studying. I only need to go to the border and kill northern barbarians. If I kill one, it'll be a profit. Hsu Fengnian smiled and said, It's not your turn to fight for a position in the vanguard battalion. Just be a White Horse righteous follower. When the time comes that you really need to go to battle, not to mention other things, our graves can still be neighbors. Ding Xian opened his mouth wide, not knowing what to say. The next moment, the young vassal lord's figure flashed and disappeared. Everyone only felt a cool breeze on their faces. Even the page boy who just walked out of the stream widened his eyes. No wonder he was the most powerful person in the world who made the old monster Wang of the martial emperor city unable to return. Song Dongming suddenly remembered something. When they met earlier, the king of Beiliang changed his name to Shu Qi. The word strange. It was not a good word to use in a name. People with strange fate were always described in history books as those who died young and never reached the top. For example, Yi Baikue of the spring and autumn period, not only did he not help Da Chu to conquer the world, but he also died for his country. Another example was Luo Gongming, who was recognized as the most powerful person in the Da Feng dynasty 400 years ago but did not become a general until his death. He was also said to have a strange fate. Chen Shiliang said softly, 300,000 tablets, I'm afraid it will stretch for dozens of miles from the back mountain of the prince's mansion. It's a huge project, and the war is imminent. Mr. Song, won't we be suspected of running our legs while the civil officials only move their mouths? Song Dongming said calmly, don't worry, we won't need to use any of the prince's mansion's money, and it won't affect the soldiers' pay at the border. There will be countless families whose children are fighting at the border who will contribute money and effort. If anyone dares to escape, I, as the newly appointed deputy administrator, will burn the first fire on their head. I want them to know that this war is not just the Shu family's matter, but the entire Beiliang's matter. Chen Shiliang moved his lips. Song Dongming looked at the young scholar who was reserved and smiled softly. Shiliang, do you think I'm being unreasonable? Chen Shiliang shook his head. Song Dongming sighed, if we don't do this, we won't be able to defend Beiliang. In the end, the people will be the ones suffering. How can the suffering of one tablet be compared to the destruction of the family in the future? Huang Longsha is full of nonsense, but there is one sentence that is thought-provoking. Chen Shiliang asked, is it about establishing a heart for heaven and earth, establishing a life for the people, inheriting the lost knowledge for the past saints, and establishing peace for all ages? Song Dongming smiled and shook his head. Chen Shiliang continued to ask, an ordinary man's will cannot be taken away. Song Dongming still shook his head and said softly, since ancient times, kings have been the most foolish, but the people have the most clear conscience. Chen Shiliang was in high spirits and nodded, I've learned something. The Killing Wrm Mound was a small, slightly towering hill. According to history, Luo Gongming, the general of the Great Feng dynasty, once shot a dragon here. At the bottom of the hill, more than 90 cavalrymen got off their horses to rest. Everyone was wearing armor that couldn't hide the bright red marks. They were originally the pitch-black armor of the Longxiong army, soaked in the blood of the horse gang who didn't have time to wipe it off. Xu Longxiang, who was now respectfully called Little Prince by the Beiliang people, stood alone at the top of the hill, looking to the north. Ever since he led the Dragon Elephant Cavalry and crushed the 3 military towns of the Gentleman's Hall, Beiliang people said that the general's second son had been enlightened and that he had been possessed by a deity since he was a child. That was why he was born with the strength of a dragon and elephant. Even when Hsu Fengnian, who was still His Royal Highness, was the general of Lingju, a clamor arose. Everyone said that only when Xu Longxiang was the king of Beiliang could Beiliang be stable. This time, Xu Longxiang led the troops into Liuju. First, he killed the 10,000 horse gang hiding Beimang elites. Then, he called the 90 or so officers under his command to his side. He didn't say anything, just led them 1 man, 2 horses, 1 saber and 1 crossbow to kill people everywhere. They fought more than 20 battles, big and small, and killed more than 1,400 enemies. They didn't lose a single person on their side. These commandants with real power were so impressed that they prostrated themselves on the ground and worshipped this much younger commander-in-chief like a god. Unfortunately, during this hunting trip, they didn't see the little prince's black tiger, nor did they see the little prince's bright red talisman armor. Moreover, Xu Longxiang was taciturn with everyone. Until now, no one had the opportunity to say anything extra. Xu Longxiang stood on the Killing Flood Dragon Hill, his back to his subordinates. No one below the hill knew what this young commander was thinking. Suddenly, almost everyone raised their heads at the same time, seeing a figure rush up the hill without any warning. Everyone subconsciously wanted to draw their sabers, but when they saw the person's face, they felt relieved. It was the king of Beiliang. That was their commander's older brother. Hsu Fengnian arrived at Xu Longxiang's side, one hand gently pressing down on the youth's head. The 2 brothers looked toward the north together. Chapter 1190. The streets of Grayton City were empty. The emperor of the Zhao family and Empress Zhao Ji waited outside the city. They brought all the yellow doors of the Hanlin Academy just to wait for one person. The chief officials of the 6 ministries had all taken the initiative to slack off and gathered outside the city. Even the Minister of War, Liu Baijie, had pulled himself out of his busy schedule, not to mention the Minister of Appointments, Yuan Guo, who was an idle person. The head of the 6 ministries, Zhao Yuling of the Ministry of Appointments, and Wang Xiongui of the Ministry of Revenue, who had come from the same school but had parted ways with him, each had a large group of subordinate officials behind them. There were also Yang Jieshi, a relative of the imperial family, many of the grand secretaries of the palace, and many of the elders and nobles who did not need to participate in court meetings when they were old, and their descendants. It could be said that only the Prime Minister Yin Maro-chun, who was responsible for the local officials outside the capital, was missing. However, only those who were attentive would discover that this unprecedentedly grand open-air banquet was lacking in 2 important figures. The Grand Secretary, Zhong Julu, and the Tantanan, Huan Wen, who held the power of the province. However, there were too many high-ranking officials, nobles, and peddlers gathered outside Grayton City. The absence of these 2 important officials did not affect the extraordinary clamor of the capital today. When the Song family's first teacher were the rulers of the literary world, who was it that made the father and son be refused the door when they visited on a snowy night? Who was it that the proud teacher of Shu Weixiong had quarreled with and lost the position of Great Chancellor of the Shangyin Academy? Who was it that had the right to make the Confucian family led by Yarrow Baifeng use the power of their entire family to fight against him? Who was it that made the emperor of Da Chu think, if the public does not come out of the mountains, what will they do for the common people? At the end of the spring and autumn period, who was it that walked out alone in the face of the pressure of the Shu family's 10,000 cavalry and made the butcher take a detour with just a few words? This was the important figure who was recognized by the entire court as the most knowledgeable person in the world. He was the current Grand Chancellor of Shangyin Academy, Qi Yanglong. 50 miles away from Great Peace City, there was a group of strange travelers on a slightly remote official road. The oldest one had a head of sparse white hair. He was short and travel-worn, and carried an old bamboo bookcase. A man in his 30s was carrying a green-robed girl on his back. The three of them met on their way north to Great Peace City. That old man who was still learning from the young people was embarrassed and refused to leave, so he stayed with them to eat and drink. The little girl in green did not like this disrespectful old man. He was crazy and always liked to say things that she did not understand. If this was not showing off his knowledge, then what was it? Especially when the old man talked about Beiliang, he was particularly long-winded. Green-robed girl hated the vassal king who made her unable to see her second grandfather. She was even more unwilling to pay attention to the old man whom she had given the nickname Short Winter Melon. Moreover, the old man liked to be unable to move his eyes away from beautiful women. The little girl complained to her Xiao Yu several times, but he always smiled and did not agree. At this time, on the official road, there was a group of children of aristocratic families galloping by. The old man's gaze finally moved away from the body of a rich girl riding a horse, and he began to mutter again, "Ari, the girls today are becoming more and more beautiful. Compared to the previous 50 or 60 years, they are much more beautiful." After leaving Martial Emperor City, Groom Yu, who was traveling north, laughed softly and asked, "Old sir, is there such a thing?" The old man carefully stroked his withering snow-white hair. He felt sorry for his old brothers who had fallen off their heads along the way. He narrowed his eyes and sighed. "Yes, the world is good, so women can be good. The older I am, the more I envy you young people. Young man, when you are older, you will feel the same." The eldest disciple of Wang Xianji, who had been called young man, laughed it off. Groom Yu was not someone who liked to exchange pleasantries with others, so he did not speak. When the old man opened his mouth to speak, he was like a flood that could not be stopped at all. He said to himself, "The world flows like water," but after the spring and autumn war, there was a great turning point and the flow changed. In the future, it will only get better and better. What is the reason? I can't explain it for 3 days and 3 nights. But I just know it. Lying lazily on Groom Yu's back, Green Robe twisted her mouth and said, "Even if you like to say it, do you think I like to hear it?" The old man smiled and said, "Little girl, do you know what it means to like someone?" Green Robe turned her head, and decided not to look at this worrisome old man. The old man answered his own question. "That is, before you see the other person, you do not know what they are. After you miss them, you do not know what they are." Groom Yu, whose cultivation was deep and bottomless, seemed to be touched and frowned. The old man jumped up and down, probably hoping to see the walls of Great Peace City. Carrying the heavy box on his back, he made this comical movement. Green Robe, who was secretly peeking at him, laughed. The old man made a face at the little girl, causing Green Robe to roll her eyes. She put her little head on Groom Yu's warm shoulder and asked, "Grandpa Short Melon, then do you have someone you like?" The old man shook his head and said with a smile, "No. When I was young, there were many women who liked me." Green Robe used her finger to scratch her face, mocking this old man for being shameless. Groom Yu walked to the intersection of the official road and said with a smile, "Old sir, we still have to continue north. I hope we can meet again one day." The old man waved his hand and said with a carefree smile, "After today, it will be difficult to meet again. I am an old man who has been buried up to my neck." Little girl Green Robe, I don't know your name, you have to grow up to be slender and elegant. Green Robe made a sound of acknowledgement. Groom Yu carried the little girl and continued to walk towards Tu Liao while the old man walked towards Great Peace City. He had lived for too many years and hid too many words. The old man could not find anyone to talk to and could only talk to himself for many years. Old Hong, you took in a basket of disciples and students, but only Zhongjulu and Huan Wen came out of it. It seems you didn't catch many big fish even when you cast your net. Look at me, Zun Ping, Xie Feiyu, Yuan Benxi, just these 3 nameless students. Old Hong, don't blame me for bullying the weak on this trip to Jing. But if you have the ability to climb out of your coffin and scold me, then you have the ability. As he walked, the old man could finally raise his head and see the grand outline of Great Peace City. The old man shook his box and started to hum a song. I came from the mountains, carrying an old box. I am going to the busy city, where is my home? Chapter 1191. Tantanan carried a jug of fine wine as he walked down the deserted street. On both sides of the street were the most prestigious mansions in the capital. However, at this time, they were all outside the city to welcome the old man who was even older than himself. Every door was tightly shut, which saved him a lot of time for this visit. He stopped outside a mansion and raised his head to look at the golden inscribed board written by the emperor. The plainly dressed Prime Minister gatekeeper saw this unexpected guest and was somewhat stunned. However, before this year, Tantanan came and went simply, so he didn't make a big fuss. If the time came, he would be caught by the left servant Shi. He could only respectfully go forward and greet him. Huan Wen smiled and nodded. He casually said a few words, Old Ma, is your youngest daughter married or not? If she isn't, do you want me to help you kidnap a young man? This made the old gatekeeper, surnamed Ma, very happy. Huan Wen was even more familiar with this mansion than his own. He didn't need anyone to lead the way. He walked straight to the Grand Secretary's study and didn't knock on the door. He stepped over the threshold. Zhongjulu, who was habitually standing and reading a book, glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and didn't say anything. Huan Wen placed the jug of fine wine he had stolen from the Ministry of Rites on the table. He sat on the only chair in the room and said, It really is the noise of cicadas that surpasses the silence of the forest. The 2 old men were best friends. In Tantanan's words, when you raise your butt, I know what shit you're about to shit. Zhongjulu quickly understood and said calmly, This is not the noise of cicadas. Qi Yanglong entered the capital on the great path of the sun. It is more like a dragon entering the sea. Huan Wen gave a cold snort and casually picked up a few documents on the table. His heart immediately sank. You really want to make a big move on the water transport that the northern nobles single-handedly control and the salt policy that the new nobles in the capital see as their lifeblood? In addition, a few days ago, you proposed in court that the left and right assistant ministers of the Ministry of War patrol the border on a regular basis. Well, the 2 main camps of scholars in the court, the local generals headed by Jiyu Jiantang, and your removal of the feudal vassals. These 4 huge monsters, not one is left out. Do you think you have too few enemies? Zhongjulu didn't raise his head. You count as 1 less. I still have to deal with the abuses of the officials. After the world's poor soldiers advance, it can't be done once and for all. Rules still have to be followed. Huan Wen muttered, Crazy, crazy. Zhongjulu put away the book in his hand and meticulously placed it back in its original position on the bookcase. The tall Grand Secretary of the current dynasty stood in the shadows and slowly said, Our Liang is not the Da Chu that once controlled the left side of the Yangtze River. Regardless of when the remnants of West Chu will be extinguished, the imperial court will continuously transport grain and supplies from the rich and populous lands in the southeast to the capital. This is a national plan that requires 100 years of operation. Furthermore, the war at the border is imminent and has become an urgent matter. Back then, when I proposed the matter of transporting grain by sea, reality proved that it was not feasible. The risk was too great. Even now, we still don't know whether the disappearance of the fleet in the last year of Yonghui was due to a disaster at sea or if they were kidnapped. This canal has the malicious saying of scraping off all the richness of the southeast, but it also shows its importance to the imperial court. Back then, The plan I set was indeed to use the southeast's taxes to support the northern Liao soldiers and at the same time to force West Chu to rebel. Even so, along the canal every year, the common people stirred up riots over the river water. Therefore, I deliberately did not suppress it. However, in the past few years, the northern nobles who came from the land where the dragon rose to power held the lifeline of the country in their hands and profited without realizing it. They became more and more rampant in their actions. In the 6th year of Yonghui, there were still 9 million dan of grain entering the capital. Where did it go? Even if the grassland bandits were allowed to swagger away with the grain, how much could they take away? In order to appease the so-called founding heroes, the imperial court did not hesitate to set up a second-rank official post for the transport of grain. The 8 chief officials under them, including the grain transport company and the distribution company, were all 5th rank and above officials. If they could peacefully distribute the money, then it would be fine. However, now that West Chu had reclaimed the country, they actually dared to use the so-called ancestral system to forcefully reject the order of the Minister of War, Liu Baijie, to deploy troops. If I don't touch the administration of the transport of grain, who will? When the time comes, will the northern soldiers have to go to war with the Baimang on an empty stomach? Will the soldiers who are going to die for the country eat grain to fill their stomachs and still have to look at other people's faces? Or even beg the transport officials who don't care about the Ministry of Revenue? Huan Wen sighed and shook the memorial in his hand. Then this salt administration? Who doesn't earn money? It was originally a fat piece of meat that was eaten by outsiders from the imperial court. Do you have to go to the tiger's den to pull teeth? Zhong Julu laughed coldly. Stagnant water stinks, living water is clear. The right to issue the salt seal has been in their hands for more than a decade and earned more money than their descendants can spend in 10 lifetimes. Is the imperial court's reward not generous enough? Great military service should be rewarded to the end. It's time to change the banker and make a lot of money, Huan Wen asked. You plan to give it to the Jiangnan aristocratic families who boast of their clean sleeves and carry the bright moon on their shoulders? Zhong Julu said with a nod, if they don't do this, how could they wholeheartedly work for the court? Otherwise, even if the court fought with West Chu for several dozen years, they would still be able to leisurely enjoy their several dozen years of romance. The rich families have always been like this. There are only 2 things that can make them lower their heads, an official's hat and a money bag. Huan Wen wanted to say something but hesitated. If it were in the past, he could pick out any matter and discuss it day and night with Bai Yang until they confirmed that there was no great harm to the people's livelihood. Then, they worked together to implement national policies, like slowly unblocking the meridians of the entire empire. Zhong Julu walked out of the shadows. In the twilight, the dim yellow afterglow shone on one side of the tall old man's face. Huan Wen sighed. Zhong Julu asked, I heard that you had a bad cough a while ago. Huan Wen glared at him and said, who do you think will die faster between a minor illness and a person who doesn't know how to control himself? Zhong Julu dismissed it with a laugh. Huan Wen hesitated and was about to speak when Zhong Julu smiled and said, that young man from Beiliang who is under your tutelage, I will give him an evaluation of too much ingenuity but not enough power, can be used, but can't be put to great use. That will guarantee him a few years of stability. Huan Wen looked deeply at his old friend and then silently walked out of the study. Zhong Julu opened his mouth but did not speak in the end. He only looked at Huan Wen's old figure and gently waved his hand. After Tan Tanwang left the Zhong mansion, where even now there were people who dared to throw letters at the door insulting the Grand Secretary Daren, he went straight to the Zhao family's Wang, to the Hanlin Academy where no one was on duty, other than the odd-job workers and petty officials, there was no one else. The old man smiled bitterly. Great Peace City thought that as long as that old dragon came out to save the people, what deer was there to be needed? Huan Wen walked to a secluded room and had someone bring a key to open it. While there had not been any big or small yellow doors working here for many years, there were often people cleaning and it could be considered elegant and clean. In the past, he and Bai Yang had been in this room. He, Huan Wen, had been high-spirited and looked down on everyone. After drinking, he dared to scold anyone. Was there anything in the world that he, Huan Wen, could not teach? Bai Yang never drank and only listened. Every time Huan Wen got drunk, she would have to carry him home. Huan Wen rummaged through a book box in the corner, found a pair of chopsticks and placed them on the table. After Huan Wen sat down, he used a chopstick to lightly tap against the porcelain cup. Ding ding ding. The old man choked and said, "The spring mountain is not old, it is still green. When one is old, there is no one to accompany them, only listening to ding ding ding. Ding ding ding." Chapter 1192. Not only were the two brothers of Beiliang, Hsu Fengnian and Xu Longxiang present, there was also a deputy administrator that had never been set up before in the Liang dynasty. In the twilight, before the city was closed, there was a mighty group of horses entering Qingkang. The guards were actually from the Weiyi River camp. In Beiliang, only the relatives of the emperor who were related to the Shu family by marriage would have this kind of special treatment. If it wasn't the Lu family in Qingju, then it would be the Lin family that produced the god of wealth. As expected, Liu Zhen, who was in charge of welcoming the guests, saw the tall figure of Wang Lingquan. He was travel-worn. Originally, Liu Zhen was a bit nervous. After all, Wang Lingquan was a pawn who carried the flag for the great general. He was a trusted aide among trusted aides. Now that he had become the new King Liang's father-in-law, he was an influential person of two dynasties. As a scholar, he didn't dare to put on airs in front of such a popular person. However, Wang Lingquan was very easy to talk to. Although he didn't deliberately speak warmly, his eyes were sincere. This made Liu Zhen feel a bit better. Liu Zhen had heard before that the two people from Beiliang who were also from Qingju, the Lu family led by the great scholar Lu Dongjiang, was very hard to please. Wang Lingquan, who was the richest man in Qingju, was very considerate. There had never been any rumors that the Lin family bullied others. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, Liu Zhen believed most of it. Liu Zhen led Wang Lingquan to a quiet courtyard in the north of the old Dragon King's residence. There were no strict guards along the way. Wang Lingquan, who had sharp eyes, felt a bit of a knot in his heart. He felt that the provincial governor Yang Guangdou was too careless. However, he quickly felt relieved. In today's world, how many masters dared to show off their martial arts in front of the king of Beiliang? However, after Wang Lingquan and Liu Zhen crossed the courtyard door, they saw the scene in front of them. They looked at each other in dismay. They saw the young king sitting on the stairs with his sleeves rolled up and washing his brother Xu Longxiang's hair. The young commander of the Dragon Elephant Cavalry was squatting 2 steps down. He raised his butt and lowered his head towards the water basin. Liu Zhen didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly took her leave. Hsu Fengnian held Xu Longxiang's hair with one hand and used the other hand to apply local soap on his brother's hair. When he saw his father-in-law, he could only raise his elbow and gesture for Wang Lingquan to sit beside him. Xu Longxiang turned his head and grinned. This could be considered a greeting. Wang Lingquan couldn't help but feel flattered. In Beiliang, the young prince didn't warm up to anyone. Even when he was with his second sister Xu Weixiong, he rarely smiled. As Hsu Fengnian washed Xu Longxiang's hair, he said casually, "I can only rest assured when I leave all the big and small businesses in Liuju to Uncle Wang. There will definitely be a lot of gossip. Some people will say that I appoint people by favoritism, that I only care about the Xu family's money and ignore Beiliang's great achievements. Otherwise, even if I don't avoid family, why would I only use the Wang family and ignore the talented Lu family? Others may not be able to see the twists and turns in this matter, but your Uncle Wang must be well aware. Ever since the death of Lu Feiqi of the Pillar State, Lu Feiqi of the Lu family, Lu Dongjiang is temporarily unable to support the Lu family. Our master Lu, after his death, first sought an official position for the Lu family's children. After being rejected by his daughter, Lu Chengyang, he has now begun to compete with others for the position of the leader of Beiliang's literary scene. He hasn't been idle for a moment. I can't say anything and can only let him do as he pleases. As long as he doesn't cross the line, there will always be a place for the Lu family at the New Year's Eve dinner on Mount Qingliang." Wang Lingquan sighed and didn't say anything else. Although the Xu family and the Lu family were grasshoppers on the same rope, sharing honor and disgrace, it was difficult for an honest official to resolve family disputes. The Lu family didn't look far ahead, and Wang Lingquan couldn't run to Lu family and criticize them in front of Lu Dongjiang. Moreover, the entire Lu family was filled with scholars, each more arrogant than the other. They would never take a merchant like him seriously. Because of their daughters, the Lu family and the Wang family were on equal footing in Beiliang. The Wang family didn't think much of it, but the Lu family, which had been officials for generations, was something they felt ashamed of. Hsu Fengnian helped his younger brother dry his hair. He raised his head to look at the uneasy Wang Lingquan and asked with a smile, "What's wrong, Uncle Wang? Don't you recognize me?" Wang Lingquan smiled bitterly and said softly, "Wang Yi, my daughter Chu Dong has never understood the ways of the world. Now, she has run to the academy to cause trouble. It is really improper. Wang Yi, when it is time to scold and hit her, please don't be lenient." Hsu Fengnian joked, "I can't bear to do that. I don't know how other people get married, but the Shu family has never had a rule of hiding a woman at home. Uncle Wang, you have seen my mother. Does Shu Xiao dare?" Wang Lingquan laughed brightly and said, "Wang Yi is joking. Wang Fei is a rare woman in the world. My daughter doesn't dare to be mentioned in the same breath as Wang Fei. The general respects Wang Fei, and that is because Wang Fei deserves it." Hsu Fengnian raised his sleeve to carelessly wipe his face and asked, "Uncle Wang, do you want to talk about Shu Xiao's past? When he talks with me and Huang Man he always likes to talk about his heroic deeds. Every time I ask about those famous defeats, he always avoids talking about them.